to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Runeterra Academy. And already, you know what? We're gonna speed run this introduction, even though it's the grand finals,
Yes,
because both teams are already in the draft. TDS, we've seen the
they
bans
wanna fly.
already on the field. Yeah, forgot to introduce myself because everything's passing by so quickly. My name is Miles David, and joining me is, of course, TDS, or usual, or casters, and this will be the final series here in Runeterra Academy second semester. In the senior division, we've got G7 Mirage versus Cosa Pasta Pirates. And TDS, what do you think about this matchup? Do you think it was? Do you think you expected CPP to make it this far into the tournament?
Uh, in all honesty, no. I was expecting G7 to be in the finals against G7. No, Akuma to be in the finals again against G7.
Yeah.
Things happened and Akuma fell in the semifinals. Complete credit to Cosa Pirates because of Cosa Pasta Pirates because going against all expectations pretty much, unless someone wants to say they predicted them. If Red or PBS say they knew about this, I want to call them liars because I don't think that's true. But it's still a really nice development to see an upset coming through, and maybe we end up with something similar to what happened in World's Finals, and the team that isn't expected to win ends up winning it all. So it can be a really exciting thing. It could even go to 5 games, but right now, just looking quick at the picks and bans, we have on the ban side Graves, Talon, Yasuo, and Karma said Pike, a lot of aggressive assassin champions. Particularly, I'm surprised with the Pike because it's not a pick that we typically see, but it's a pick that Cosa Pirate may end up pulling up. So I really like the idea of fanning it away. Now, looking at the picks, it's Seraphine, Jin, and Thresh on the blue side, and Saya Sinra on the red side. I like the idea that if I'm not wrong, it's Cosa Paisa on the blue side, right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
I
Cosa
believe
Paisa
so.
on the
Yeah.
blue side. I really like the idea that they have with the bottom lane to try and have control over there, with also having an enchanter support that an enchanter mid laner that can buff up champion. It's going to be important also to have a really damage heavy top side because Seraphine is not going, or Seraphine
Yo,
and Jin are not going to be the main consistent carries. They are going to try and help the consistent carries that will come from the top side. And I notice as well, there's a Blitzcrank here. So
there's a
already
blitzcrank here.
having spicy picks, yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting to see.
The battle between the hookers today in the bot lane, apparently.
the, the hook champions.
The hookers. I'm gonna call it
The
that from now on. But anyway, TDS. All right,
Okay.
so you got our picks here. You got our picks here today. It's interesting that they decided to go with Seraphine and they have a Jin in the bot lane. Usually, I'd expect something like a hyper carry going, for
Yeah.
the Seraphine to be able to support. I mean, you don't need it, but it definitely, it's some insurance late game
It's
that you
better.
can decide to go for, right? But it tells me that they want to be supporting their jungler going into this early
Yeah.
game, going into this mid game. So you might expect to see something like an Olaf or something with a lot more carry potential. Maybe I was gonna say Graves and I remembered it got banned, so never mind. We're not gonna be seeing Graves. Rek'Sai and
Yeah.
Lillian get taken out of the pool. Interesting stuff. I don't think I've seen a Rek'Sai ban in a long time. TDS.
Yeah,
But you know
it's
what?
not something we typically see, not gonna lie, but I can kind of understand it against G7 because Best Orlosy is one of the most aggressive junglers that I
That's
think
true.
there is
That's
in
true.
senior. So yeah, like he even went for the Kiana now. He's one of those players that you want to play around. He's one of the junglers that if you can give resources to, he can carry. So I think
Hmm.
I can understand the idea behind the Rek'Sai. Obviously, I don't think Rek'Sai got any significant buffs recently that mean that she should be a pick or ban champion, but I can see the idea why they would ban it away. But looking at the rest of the bans, there's a lot of jungle focus, and that's why Kiana and now Sejuani being covered are the main solutions. Olaf is still open, like you were saying. I think Diego as well could have been an option, but the side of Cosa Pasta looking for a more tanky jungler, an engaged jungler at that, so trying to kind of cover the fact that they don't have any real true engage, and now it's going to depend on the top lane
To be a carry top lane,
and
right?
get consistent damage. It has to be a carry top lane. It has to be something like a Camille, I think maybe.
Well,
Camille,
yeah.
Jax, Fiora, I can see them getting picked here. I think Jace as well. Okay, Shen.
All right, so I'm a bit
look-
concerned, about the
Yeah.
lack of damage TDS coming
Yeah,
from
I agree.
CPP.
That's 100% one of my problems here. The fact that Gina and Seraphine are not known for being the consistent damage dealers. Like, Seraphine, yes, she can do damage with AP, but her primordial use is being a supportive mid laner. Like, she can deal damage, but she will not out damage a Syndra, a Kiana, a Syla. Syla is being covered, but we don't know if it's big. A Saya. So, it's kind of surprising to see Trundle top. Yeah, I like the pick of Trundle going to the top lane. But, and this Jhin is also not a consistent damage dealer. Like, he can deal a lot of burst damage, and he can explode champions. But he will not be a consistent damage dealer. And the composition from CPP kind of, if they force an engage or get a pick at the start, they can try and play teamfights much more effectively. But if they don't win teamfights immediately, the consistent damage and the way that G7 plays this game can just run them over in the longer teamfight. So I'm kind of scared for that. If Cosa Pasta can get ball rolling and they can get ahead and make their champions much more viable, then that's going to be a great. But I'm not sure if it's going to work out, especially with how aggressive this G7 composition is.
Yeah, I agree, definitely. I mean, unless Jin gets the ball rolling, I think we saw yesterday in the final game, in junior division, of course, where it was Ares for survival piloting the Jin. They got so far ahead in the early game that I did get worried analyzing that they didn't have too much sustained damage, but it didn't matter because Jin was just so far ahead. So
Yeah.
maybe. Maybe Indigo will show us a lot of skill on this champion, bring us the Huan Feng special, and actually be able to carry on the Jin. But as you said, bit of a question mark. Plus, the fact that G7 were able to counter all these tanks with a Trundle, it just feels like it's gonna be so hard to be able to take them down.
Yeah, and when I see each of the lanes that have been drafted, bot lane will have an advantage. I think Jhin Thresh should be able to push out the Saya Saya Blitzcrank. I think just because of how innately Jhin can push a lane with how he plays. And the hook early on, I think that does give an advantage to Thresh because you just need, with Blitzcrank, if you fail the hook, the cooldown is a little bit longer, and you also don't have the potential to save the Saya in case she gets hooked. So I think that there should be an advantage going to the bot lane from Cosa Pasta. But when you look at the other lanes, Simba should have priority, Rondo should have priority, and you have a Kiana. Sejuani is not the best jungler at clearing fast. She can clear at a good enough level, but she doesn't clear fast enough. And if she gets invaded by 3 damage champions, she, apart from her Q on the flash, she can get punished effectively. So I'm kind of scared because if the side of G7 can begin pushing these waves, can begin controlling the map, can begin just having control early on, they can just allow this Kiana to begin running over the game. And apart from the Sejuani needs items to be a tank. Obviously, she's not going to suffer as much if she falls behind as a normal champion. But if you put a Kiana ahead, then Jhin and Seraphine will disappear immediately. They can no longer play the game as safely because she can just lead them before they can do anything. And same with the Syndra. If you get a stun down, you can pretty much lead a Seraphine or a Jhin, and even a Thresh to a certain degree. So it's going to be important that they can stop any potential snowball from the side of G7, especially with the pushing lanes, because if they can just take it to a mid-game scenario, I can see avenues for the side of Cosa Pasa to try and win the game.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they're gonna be able to. Plus, I would like to add, part of Kiana's build path will be the Serpent Sound, which will really screw over what Shen and Seraphine can do. So, along with Thresh because of his lantern. So, well, guys, we may have a bit of a draft diff here, but we'll see. It still comes down to execution. After all, the senior division, some of the best players in Runeterra Academy. So, maybe they can outplay their way out of this one from the side of Cosa Pasta Pirates. But you know what? We will be having a short break before game 1, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the grand final of Runeterra Academy between G7 Mirage and Cosa Pasta Pirates. Bit of an unexpected matchup, but you know what? It's
Level one.
welcome, definitely. My name is Mouse
Level one.
David, and here comes CDS, and you know what? Here comes the level 1 trade.
Heck it.
Hecate Mask off.
Ah.
Might have been caught out a bit, and he
Ooh.
has to flash out
Yeah.
immediately. Alright, not gonna be. He's got sleeping that one. Maybe I'll tab the bit, but that's a bit unfortunate. Now he has to play his lane with a bit of a disadvantage. And meanwhile, someone's here just sneaking by.
It's
That was
okay.
just
It's
that
okay.
was just best turtle OCE just sneaking by over by the bush. He still
Yeah,
saw where
that
the
thing
entire
happened.
enemy team went. Yeah, so some deep vision in the bag for G7 at least, but that's all. So anyway, TDS, what do you expect to happen in this early game?
Well, originally there was the thing where the mid lane and top lane should have control over the lane and trying to enable the best sort of on the Kiana to move around and keep on track the Sejuani and try
Oh,
and
they're
get
going for
the early
more.
game rolling. But oh, nah, it's
Oh,
okay. Wait, actually, there's a good ward. Yeah, that is actually a good idea if they can pull it off. But
uh,
respecting, yeah, they saw this. This is
yeah,
so respectful.
yeah.
Really well
That's
done, though, Cosa Pasa.
yeah, well played by Fierce Doctor and Indigo to make sure that they don't get cheesed up, which is something you really have to be wary of when you're fighting against a Blitzcrank level 1.
Yep. Yeah, it's not something. It's something you have to be careful. You can maybe control the wave later on, but the first hook and the second hook, which comes.
Oh,
Oh wait,
there's the first hook. There we go. Indigo in a bit of trouble, already getting punished a lot. So, well, if User keeps that up, we might not have to worry too much about the damage coming in. Or rather, we might have to worry more about this bot lane coming from the side of G7 and Kyuki getting punished. Lots of trades and a flash hook, and all just emote spams.
no.
Every hook is missing for both Pierce Doctor and User.
But at
uh,
least Furious Doctor didn't flash. Like there's a clear difference about those two hooks.
what am
I
I
like the idea.
watching, TDS?
I like the idea, but I like the attempt. But if you're flashing in, you have to be 100% sure you're hitting that. And Havoc, I would expect Havoc to hit them, but this time he didn't. So
Yeah, well,
at least
Havoc.
we can blame Havoc for this.
Yeah, Havoc diff right there
Oh,
in the bot lane right now. Oh wait, Manufacturer Sam trying to get something
that's okay.
onto the top lane, but Hecate Mass off. We'll just walk it off actually. Say no thank you to the enemy jungler. I'm a Trundle and I will survive. And Fierce Doctor just hooked the minion.
It's okay. Like I'm saying, it's okay. It's not the worst. At least he didn't flash.
It's just the early game jitters, guys. It's game
Yeah,
one. You know how it is.
yeah,
Queuing
exactly.
interact immediately. It sometimes be like that as user
I
managed
like that a
to
lot.
block one, but did block the deadly first and did not get stunned up. So it's an interesting series of trades so far for both sides. As
Yeah,
Stefo, we know how strong this guy is. We've seen him on the Shen before. He can definitely
yeah,
show how well he can win lane. But can he do
yes.
it against Hecate on this Trundle?
The thing
He
is,
seems to be doing it
he
actually.
got facilitated thanks to the fact that the Sejuani early ganked. Oof, Kyuki. Kyuki TP'd
Ooh.
as well. That is so much damage for a TP. For after a TP into lane. That is so bad for Kyuki. And commenting on the top lane, Steepo is winning right now, but he got facilitated into that. First, blowing the flash out of the Trundle, and then also getting the support from the Sejuani to come into lane because and I wanted to comment to this. Oh wait,
Ooh, yeah. All right. Just a
nicely
gank.
done.
Yeah, flash immediately by Kyuki getting punished again and again. It's really hard lane for him on the
Yeah,
Seraphine. Don't envy him in B and I don't envy his position one bit rather. So gonna
100% either. I
gonna
would
have a
rather
bit
be
of
the
a hard
Syndra.
time. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would rather be the Syndra too. Still City Warrior
So
doesn't have too much mana, but yeah.
what I wanted to comment quickly on with the top lane also was that I wanted to give credit to Hekid Maskov because we saw the first time that the Sejuani came, he took damage from the Sejuani, but he has smelled the gank potential really well,
Mhm.
allowing for not the Sejuani not getting anything, understanding that he was the only member that could have been threatened in the map, and that if he survives that, then best orders he can try and look to move around the map a little bit and begin impacting. And we saw the flash blown in the mid lane. Also, Kiana, as long as she can farm effectively, she's going to get to her items and then she can begin bursting out. And Hekit Maskov just needs to survive, just needs to be able to get to level 6, and even without an item, with his ultimate, he can try and threaten Steve a little bit more. So overall, I think that Hekit Mascot doing a really nice job. And now we need to begin seeing the Kiana onto the map with this first match, because she now has the Iron Spike Whip, meaning that she will get enough power to begin threatening champions. She's still a little bit far away from level 6, but she still needs to begin looking into those plays. This is really great lane control by Steel City. Oh,
Yep. All right. Manufacturer Sam here to facilitate his mid laner, making sure that QK can push the wave in so that he can have a good back timing for himself, I believe. Or instead, they're just probably going to roam up towards that top lane. Looks like Furious Doctor is going to go up there as well. But Heket Masov already has his flash, so in less danger, so to speak, right now. Furious Doctor showed up, and then the pillar, just to stop him from proceeding forward. He will manage to at least get the ward, but
okay.
it's just a disconnect apparently, and
It's
my
okay.
screen is frozen.
Yeah, it's a buffer. It's okay. I think there shouldn't be any problems here, but
All right,
yeah,
so
there shouldn't be a problem.
looking at the state of the game, TDS. Let's go into podcast mode a bit and go into
Yeah.
a bit of analysis. Judging by the state of the game, who do you think has the big advantage right now?
I think it's pretty equal because both top lane and mid lane have a CS deficit in favor of each other. So the top lane has a CS deficit in favor of the Shen, and vice versa, the
Mhm.
mid lane has a CS deficit in favor of the Syndra. But when you look at how this happened, it was much more a lot of focus. Oh wait, Heket,
Oh, here comes the hook down here. Heket mask off. He's
he
trying
has
to
to
pull in the
flash to.
Sejuani to bring him in. And Heket can immediately decide to flash,
Yeah,
but he's having a very hard time doing it. Just gonna have to use that summoner. And there
let's
we
flash the
go.
flash.
Wait, when did Sejuani flash? I did not see
She try.
actually.
She didn't take the lantern, so she tried to get into position to try and stun the Trundle by flashing in. She
Oh,
failed.
I thought he got the lantern. That's so sad. Indigo though
Yeah.
manages to
No, the
dodge the
lantern
hook.
was down, but she failed that, and that made the play much harder. So that's why they didn't get anything down in the top lane, and that is really important that Hekit didn't either, because there was no focus on the top side. Like they were taking the Ocean Dragon in the meanwhile, and it's trying now with the Predator boots, even though he hasn't achieved anything much. He was trying to look for something with the Jin, which he failed. So and it's still facilitated for the team to try and achieve something. But I think that the problem with right now with Heket getting so much pressure onto the top lane, he's even getting freezed on, which is
Yeah,
like this is pretty much a death. This is pretty much him dying. He already has died,
yeah, very
and
much.
they need to help him
Yeah, they need to find some way to help their top laner right now, but
or get an advantage somewhere else. Because if
yeah.
not, you're just playing into what the side of Cosa Pasta wants to do.
Yep, cross map play or try to help out your top laner. It seems like Bester OCE decided to go for a cross map play instead.
Oh
Here's
no!
Doctor right here. He does manage to get the hook. Here comes the lantern as well. There we go. He's gonna take it this time. Bester OC has to flash out and use the supreme display of talent to
Oh
even
nice!
get out. Kuki though, he gets the root and he will get first blood for himself. Best Turtle OC caught out.
Yeah, and G7 getting completely outplayed right now in this early game. The early game, I was expecting them to try and run over a lot of things, but the side of Cosa Pasta controlling the Trundle, not allowing him to do anything, and reading Besoro really well. They were expecting this play. They saw Besoro on the push, and they didn't even try. The Besoro wasn't even respecting the fact that there could be vision there. Oh no!
Oh, wait, that
What
was
would you
some
do there?
anti-synergy right there. The Scatter the Weak just
Yeah,
just managed to push away the blue buff.
and
Oh, you hate to see it.
not only that, as Syndra, you never go for that. Oh, well, she's
Oh
dead.
wait, yeah, there we go.
They're
Syndra
getting
having
they're
a lot
getting
of trouble.
outplayed.
Yep,
They're
and if
getting outplayed everywhere in the map.
guys, are we synced up? By the way, I just have to ask Wookie because of the big.
I'm at 9.
All right, let's pause for 5 seconds. I'm at 9:03.
Okay, I'll pass at 9 or 10. And 9 10, I mean.
All right, I'll head over to you. So sorry about this, guys. We're just gonna make sure we're synced up. Want to give you the best
Yeah, it's the
match.
pause problem. What? Yeah, I'm at
Yeah.
9 10.
sorry guys for this short delay.
Yeah,
We will be
with the pause is happening. Okay.
just gonna make sure everything's synced up. Yeah, I'm almost 32.
Yeah,
All right,
I'm
I'm
almost
good.
there as well. Wait, wait. I'm still not there. Okay, now I'm 32.
Countdown.
Okay.
Okay.
I legitimately don't know that.
All right, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48.
I'm 47, 8, 9.
Speed it up a bit, TDS, before the action happens.
Uh, where are you guys?
I inspire action.
Okay, 16, 17, 18, 19. Okay, perfect.
Oh my gosh, I think I
Okay,
fast
are we
forwarded.
synced now?
No, not for me. So hard to be able to get anything. Wait,
Shall
27,
transcend.
28, 29. Can we just pause together and then count down? It's starting to get frustrating.
Your
I'm at
final
50.
scene begins.
Okay, 52.
Yeah, I'm at 52. All right, there we go. We should be back.
Okay, I think we're finally
Oh,
back at it.
yeah, just in time for Fierce
Yeah.
Doctor to get hooked up under the tower and just get killed outright. So there we go, guys. Right into the action, and it's gonna be an answer back from G7 and G7 Mirage.
Yeah, getting a kill back, really nice answer with the hook from the Blitzcrank, forcing the play a little bit too hard, especially with how far away they were already into the turret, and also great from Heket Maskov to deny. Oh wait,
Oh, yeah, they're going for more right now. The
it's
teleport
the
coming from
teleport
QK as
is
well. Here comes the
oh,
three-man encore to finish things off. Besser OOC trying to get an
oh
answer back, but it's
no.
not going to be enough. So 3 kills going over to Cosa Pasta Pirates.
Yeah, who cares about the play previously? Yeah, great hook, but it doesn't matter in the least. Great teleport by Kyuki, which got bullied in lane, and she is now not only ahead, but she's able to also impact the map much more than Steel City Warrior. I gotta give credit to Steel City Warrior for what he did early on, but right now Kyuki is running the show, not only the mid lane, but in the rest of the map. Wait, is
And
Tifo? Syndra is coming as well.
And he's ahead in CS as well. All right, Steel City Warrior should be able to get the kill now. I don't think Stifo is going to be able to
Just
get out of
ulti.
here unless he gets the taunt. Shattered the weak might and be used. Unleash power as well.
Yeah.
And I actually had that backwards. And Stifo, he's trying to get away. Trying to do as much damage as he can to flash in. That's a lot of resources used just to try and get the kill onto this top laner. They will get the kill in the end, but that's 2 summoners down already for both Steel City Warrior and Heket Maskov.
Yeah, it was 2 summoners for 1. They do get the kill, but I think Steel City also loses 1 wave in the mid lane, so losing a lot as well down there. And I think that it's a Steel City not understanding the fact that you need to utilize your ultimate before to stop anything like this from happening, because you just lay down your ultimate, you utilize the Scatter of the Weak to then stun him much more easily with those orbs down there already, and then the kill can be secured much more easily without having to commit so much. But also the play almost go completely haywire. They are still able to secure it at least, but in comparison, it's so little compared to what Cosa Pasta was able to achieve down there in the bot lane.
Yep, and already 8 stacks of the Dark Shield, the completed mythic also for the side of Kyuki. Gonna be super happy with that. Rob trying to get the ambush onto Jin, and we'll be
Doing
able
a
to
little
get
bit
some
of damage.
damage. Yeah, so
Oh, it is the Saya.
Wait,
Okay,
what?
you didn't know.
No, I did not.
Saya recently got bug fixed or a small nerf, because there was a build that was full lethality Saya where she was just destroying everyone. So you go for Manimune with Eclipse. I thought it was with Draktar, but I think Eclipse works as well, where you just spam Q with E and you pretty much can just one-shot someone
Well,
immediately. So
well.
it's an interesting build. I haven't seen it much. I thought it was completely
Oh!
nerfed. Oh wait,
Here comes the hook and the stream display of talent as well. Fierce Doctor again Not gonna be the best. Not again gonna fall victim to the hook from the Blitzcrank. And that was some smart ambushing play coming from G7. They should be able to claim the first tower for themselves after working on it with that Rift Herald. So despite the kills not going in their favor, the tower score does. And meanwhile, more trading up in the top lane. But yeah, that was pretty big coming. That's another pretty big hook coming from Havoc.
Yeah, and it was really nicely done with the hook. So complete respect, complete credit to Blitzcrank, and we
Oh,
saw the damage from Teo. Oh,
yeah, almost there. Already fighting within the jungle, doing what they can. Fierce Doctor trying to get onto Rob, who does get hit up by the charm, and gets rooted. Kyuki will get the kill, and they're flashing on immediately onto the Syndra. Kyuki gets a double kill. This is one of the most deadly Seraphines I've ever seen in my life.
yeah, yeah, and I think the fact
One
that
more.
how we said it, that was a kill already secured. But the thing with Seraphine now is that what we said with the Jin can also actually work with the Seraphine. Even if the Seraphine is ahead, she can deal a lot of damage just because she can get that extra healing just naturally. But now if she goes for the AP route, which she did, she just naturally gets enough power to be able to kill someone. And you also get the extra distance, the extra damage that you can give your allies, and the extra distance to also deal a lot of damage. So right now at this point, Serene not only is really, really strong because of the utility that she provides, but the fact that she's ahead means that her damage is going to impact the champions that are not that tanky. Like pretty much 4 out of 5 of the champions from G7 get affected by the Seraphine. So the lack of damage right now it's not a huge worry, and that's also why I gotta give credit to Cosa Pasta because they piloted the early game so well, not only denying the Trundle, not only denying the potential from the Kiana, but also feeding important members in the form of the Seraphine, and also the Chin not dying at all. I was surprised that at the start with the first hook, he hasn't died at all after that. Oh,
Yeah, Sifo might be in a lot of trouble here. Might have to use
no
his stun to
flash.
get out. He has no flash. He has no way out of this mess that he finds himself in. Sifo just gonna go down. Best Turtle will at least
He
answer
got
back with
dumped.
a kill in the top lane. And this time they didn't have to burn too much resources in order to get him.
Yeah, it was a cute attempt to try and escape, but sadly, it's just not enough. Like it was going to be really hard to escape, especially because there was a third member even coming, or Kiana was there as well. We saw her. So even though they didn't get anything more out of that from the side of Cosa Pasta, losing to
Mhm.
Shen is not the worst of things. They still have control over this map, and they will be able to secure this dragon. By the way, Mountain Soul is so good for the side of
Yeah,
Cosa
and
Pasta.
yeah, I know.
It's
I was
great.
about to mention that. I was about to mention that. You know, Saya building lethality. She can. She's destroying a lot of people in solo queue, as you said. I did check it out a bit. But now with the Mountain Soul, it's gonna be a lot harder once that starts stacking up. So something to watch out for. Meanwhile, Havoc, Besturtle are
Oh,
on the hunt trying to get something. Hyuki will not get the kill, and Fierce Doctor gets the hook
the counter
instead.
kill.
Yeah, there we go.
A little too
An
much,
answer
if you
back.
ask me.
Answer
Oh,
back. Ultimate Glacial Prison coming from Benefactor Sam trying to get onto Hecate Mask off, who is just hooked again, taken down by Indigo, and Costa Pasta Pirates are running away with this game one.
yeah, their control over the game right now is so good. I think Yuki utilizing the ultimate without actually needing to the ultimate was overkill in my opinion. But they do get the picks onto the Blitzcrank and onto Hecate Maskov, even committed teleport to get there, and they are able to get the
Oh,
kill. Does
yeah, there we
Bester
go. They see
die?
best.
No, nobody follows up. It's okay.
Yeah, Fierce Doctor. He just got he baited himself there a bit.
Yeah, he tried. But how strong
The
does the side
miscom.
of Cosa Pasta is when even though the Thresh goes in alone, you still cannot answer back because
Yeah,
oh Rob,
yeah. Rob might be in trouble here. He does get slowed down. Has to use a Vetter Storm to try and get away. The Supreme Display of Talent will stop them from proceeding any further. That's a lot of damage onto Fierce Doctor, who is super low health. Health advantage is just not there, but the roots and the damage coming from Kyuki almost
he's there.
impossible to deal with. Oh my gosh, is Kiana dead? Bestial barely lives. But here comes the rest of the team. Steel City Warrior threatening to do something. It's not going to be enough. Coastal Boss
They cannot
Pirates will
do
just
anything.
retreat. They will get damage onto the tower, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, they cannot. They try to answer back. If the Saya ultimate is in a better position that you can get the execute with the E, then I can see that turning better for G7. But the angle wasn't good enough. And even if the Blitzcrank was coming through with the Predator trying to threaten, there was no chance that you go because even if you hook someone that is not the Seraphine or the Jean, you're pretty much dead. And if you try to go for the Seraphine and the Jhin that are behind the two tanks, then you get just CC'd and killed. So it's a really hard situation for the side of G7. I think that they need to slow down the game as much as possible and try and give a space for Hecate Maskell to go for the split push. Because right now he can go for the solo kill against the Shen. Even though Shen has I think half an item more. Right now with the Divine Sunder and the fact that he has the ultimate level 2, he can make it much harder for the Shen to try and survive this fight. And if he can run the 1v1 in the side lane, then at least you create a pressure point that the side of Cosa Pasta cannot ignore it anymore.
Yep. We'll see if Hecate Masoff will be able to be threatening with regards to split push. One thing we need to note, right? You still need pressure across on the other side of the map if you want to threaten your top laner split pushing your opponents with that, and
Yeah.
they still need to be able to do
It's a
that.
strategy.
They just it feels like they don't have the damage to be able to punch through the sustain of Kyuki yet, or the damage to even match Kyuki, because this is a very threatening Seraphine right now,
Yep.
and I don't say that often. That's not a phrase I thought I would be saying today, actually, where Seraphine
Any
looks like she's
champion-
the one carrying right now. Look
Any
at that, she
champion
did.
can be just as threatening if you have 7 kills.
That's true, and also 50 CS ahead. That's
Yeah.
it just be like that sometimes. But here we go, a bit of an ambush in the top lane, with Indigo acting as a bit of a bait right now. Still, City Warrior
Okay.
has to be very careful as he is proceeding up there. I think he sees.
Respecting the potential.
Yeah, he respects. He knows that he's could be in a lot of trouble, as right here in the bush, waiting is an ambush.
Oh,
Oh, that was a very
okay.
close one. Very close with the hook. Not gonna be able to get it. So still, City Warrior survives. Not sure if he intended to dodge that, but he still got away.
Yeah, way too close for comfort. I think that he wasn't attempting to dodge. He was trying to stay still as long as
Oh.
possible. Okay.
Meanwhile, yep, here in the bot lane, Stifo, he has to get out of there. Uses the taunt to try and get
Did
away,
they
but
blow
the
the
Rift Herald
teleport?
is dropped. Yeah, that's still a pretty good summoner. You'll still take
Yeah.
those if you're a G7. Get every little advantage you can get, because right now things are not looking in your favor. It is just a 2,000 gold lead, I have to add, so it's not too bad yet. It's not like Cosa Pasta Pirates have just snowballed
Oh.
completely out of control.
Oh, she got this.
Turtle OC. That's a bit of a almost
Positive
almost a
hook.
skirmish there.
Yeah, like if they force correctly, then maybe I can see if they are able to force a pick onto one of the important members that they can burst out, then I can see G7 just being able to run over the fight, because Seraphine is one of the strongest members, and
Mhm.
Jhin, yes, he can kill someone, but they still lack consistent enough damage. I think that Seraphine, yes, she's dealing damage, but her value is still around being able to see someone down so that you can get your reset onto your Q and your E once again. So
Just wait
if
for
you're
the
able to
Magi's.
pick off someone, yeah. Oh wait, she's getting the Magi's.
Just wait for the Magi's. I bet it's coming
Uh,
very soon, or it should, because Kyuki, he's just being the carry right now, right?
yeah, but I think this is okay. I think that you as a Seraphine are really reliant on your cooldowns. So I think
Mhm.
that getting as much CDR as possible is going to be much more ideal for her. Like the Q right now is in a 3.5-second cooldown, and that is your main source of consistent damage. So I think that's the best play, because, like I was saying, they were lacking on that. But if she can get much more cooldowns onto her Q and E, then you kind of covered that up already with the Seraphine. But there's still the
CTDS,
Blitzcrank. The Blitzcrank can shine.
CTDS. That's the tactical way
Oh.
of doing this. But is it the Chad way of doing it? Is the question. I think
Does
Magi's
the
is the more
chat,
Chad way.
does the chat matter in a grand finals?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. The way you win absolutely matters. TDS.
I know. I kind of disagree, but I can see your point as well. Like you would want to get the best.
You get plus points in my heart for style, alright? But there we go. The next dragon going over. Havoc trying to get something back, and there's the hook. Immediately onto Furious Doctor. Will they be able to get something? It's the big question. Sifo, it comes in with Stand
kill
United.
Doctor.
Furious Doctor ends up getting killed, and the team fight looks like it's going in the way of G7 as they're winning out completely, isolating the fight completely. And they're able to get the kill. The
She means
Saturday
Susie.
week is used onto the Seraphine. And
Oh.
Indigo gets the snipe actually onto Iron Rob as well. He gets taken down, so a lot more even.
You can some flash.
Yeah, he still has to splash. Should be able to get out, but the rest of the OC. Oh
He
my
survives.
god, he manages to live
100%
because of the
survives.
time room. Oh my gosh. There we go. Darkseal completely taken out, and it's actually G7 that ends up winning the fight.
Yeah, and that was a really great team fight by the side of G7. Also, I will speak quickly about this before the team fight, but that dragon was so close. Benefactor Sam misses smited, and it was Jin that secured the dragon. But it could have almost been able to be stolen by Vestal C. But going into the team fight, it was really well fought. Blitzcrank utilizing Predator with the Shurelias as well to get the movement speed, the extra movement speed boost for himself and everyone else, being able to initiate the fight, picking out the Thresh, the less tanky member from the
Hmm.
trifecta that they formed to try and burst him out, which they almost did a rematch of the first of the Flash, but the team fight was able to be forced out because they committed so much to try and with the Seraphine Ultimate, and the Seraphine Ultimate didn't hit the Saya or the Syndra. It kind of didn't matter. I think they didn't hit the Syndra. Also, Best OC got such a huge ultimate onto the side against the Seraphine, which I think was able to stun her for a couple of seconds, and
Hmm.
then they were able to focus onto the Sejuani, onto the Jin, onto the Thresh, and onto the Shen that was TPing. And funnily enough, the members that died were the tanky members and not the carries. It's
Yeah.
kind of interesting.
I mean, the carry
Interesting.
did die. QK did end up dying in the end, at least. But
Yeah.
yeah, Indigo still surviving, still with the perfect game, perfect KDA for now. Question is, how long will we be able to keep that? If G7 can keep up that level of team fighting, if they're able to isolate targets again and again, then maybe they're gonna be starting to snowball their advantage. Especially once I'm Rob starts getting stronger and stronger. Steel City Warrior though might be in a lot of trouble, as I'm not sure if he can 1v1 Stifo at this point.
Yeah, I
A
don't think
lot
he
of
can.
damage onto the Syndra, who already used to scatter the weak to try and
Bye-bye.
get away, and this should be a solo kill going over to Stifo in the bot
What,
lane.
what is she doing so far forward? You're 2 levels behind the Shen. You're pretty much one of the lowest
Oh
members.
wait,
Oh,
Encore and
Kiana.
and the Glacial Tomb used immediately. Supreme
Ooh.
Display of Challenge tried to get out. Oh my gosh, another
Oh
hook onto
no.
Rob immediately. Fries used the Feather Storm to get away along with the
Oh,
Flash. That's a lot of damage. You should be able to get something back. But Seraphine just
okay,
managed to
she
kill him
died.
in the end. There's still a return kill. So one for one in that exchange, but 3 for 1 overall from the side for the side of Costa Plaza
And maybe
Pirates.
Baron?
It looks like they're immediately just heading towards the Baron. Do they have
Yeah,
the
they want
damage
to
to
go
be
for the
able to
Baron.
do it? I mean,
Silver
they
Warrior does have teleport, so there is a chance that they may go to threaten that. But
they see this
Hake Mask
happening.
doesn't.
They see this
Yeah,
happening though. The question is, will they be able to get there in time? The teleport already came in from Syndra and they saw it coming, so they decide to retreat. Meanwhile, Stifo and Heket are deciding to have
Hake
a bit
doesn't
of a
have
slap
ultimate.
fight right here. Ultimate Subjugate is used, I think, already onto the tank. Stifo having a bit of a hard time trying to fight this as Heket
Oh,
Mass off is starting to win. Here comes the Spirit's Refuge to try and keep him alive. Fierce Doctor is here as well. Tank up, stunned up. The hook goes wide,
ooh.
and Heket Mask off will make it out along with Stifo. But he was definitely starting to win the duel. So, as you said,
With
the
ultimate, he
later just
dies.
goes. The later just goes. He didn't use the Subjugate. I just realized. Oh,
Yeah,
it's on
no, he
cooldown.
used it previously. He used it previously
Oh,
on a
okay.
previous fight.
Oh, okay, okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I didn't see. I
Yeah,
thought he used it. It's a
I know
very
to be
hard
clear.
thing to look. It's a very hard thing to see if he's using it. And here comes the teleport coming in from Seraphine. The dragon is gonna be up in a minute, so I guess they want to get
So
position
they need to
over.
fight this 100%.
Yeah. So TDS, how do you think they should set this up? How do you think they should win team fight this in order to bring the soul into their hands?
I think one member needs to go into the flank, which ideally should be the Talia, the Kiana, I mean, with the other 4 members, if possible, on the bottom side, because they cannot get. I don't think they can get mid lane control. Like you're saying, they are getting the push. I think that they should ignore this part and try and get the bot side control so that they can maybe force the fight. They're getting
Gives the
engaged.
flank.
Okay,
Yeah, Skyr the Weak
ooh.
and the Pillar used to try and cut them off from the choke point.
Kiana
Kiana
is
is there,
alone
but he's
here. She needs to
spotted.
be
He's
careful.
spotted.
Yeah,
Lester OCE has to get out. They're trying to speed up, trying to catch him, but he's just gonna barely make it out. So there goes the flank that you were talking about. Not gonna be happening this fight, I guess, unless a big
the
hook happens. Sejuani is taking down Benefactor Sam.
Oh,
Does miss
oh.
out, and only one person gets charmed though by Blitzcrank. He still gets taken down. A lot of damage onto him. Spring left down. Only managed to get Stifo as the curtain call is used. Hook onto Steel City Warrior, who gets taunted up, and he just gets taken down. I'm Rob as well. Flash in from Indigo. He has no fear. Featherstorm used to try and get
Yeah.
something back. It's not gonna happen. And the team fight victory goes the way of Cosa Pasta Pirates, and they will claim their reward, which is the Mountain Soul.
You do need to start a fight with a hook, but the
Oh
hook
wait,
was
Mr.
so
OC is
badly
still
used.
here.
Oh, she said.
Oh, will he be able to get it?
Yeah,
Oh, there's
no.
still smite? No, okay, yeah. Too late. Benefactor
Yeah.
Sam will get the kill. We'll get the soul, and we'll get the permanent buff for his team. Now they're stacked with armor, they're stacked with magic resistance. Sai is definitely gonna have a hard time breaking through this.
Yeah, there was no chance after the fight that Best Rossi can steal it. I like the attempt, but there was no chance. And talking about the fight, the idea is correct. You do need to start it with a Blitzcrank hook, but you cannot hook the one of the mini targets. And we talked about this in a fight really early on, where the idea you cannot hook neither the Shen nor the Sejuani, because it doesn't matter if they get hooked; they don't suffer from that. But if you're able to hook the Thresh, the Jin, or the Seraphine, obviously those are the three Musketeers. But I think if you're able to hook the Thresh, you can actually burst him out before they get any value out of the Thresh, and then you can look into fighting. Also, one of the biggest mistakes for me in that fight from G7 is fighting in the position that they did. They fought on a choke point, which for Seraphine this is great, for Sejuani this is great, for Jin this is great because it's easier to hit targets with their abilities in that situation. If you fight in the river instead, it's much more easy for the side of G7 to try and play around those cooldowns because there's a much wider space for them to play around. And they didn't do this, so they were able to get collapsed much more easily and at the end lose the fight. Oh,
Yep.
Indigo? He can lose as
Just
well
a
in 1v1, by the way, if
wait,
it's a
what?
1v1. He can lose the 1v1 against the Trundle if it's a 1v1, so he needs to be careful.
That's a big if right there. I mean, at this point, will 1v1s happen? I don't think they're. I think they're just gonna slam it down mid lane. Honestly, at this point, the siege potential coming from the side of Cosa Pasta Pirates is extremely good at the moment. They're trying to push in the waves, trying to get more out of this Baron buff that they got as well. There's still gonna be 4 minutes until the Elder Soul. So if there's any way for G7 to come back, it would be through winning a fight in that regard. But it's looking very unlikely as now they're trapped.
Yeah,
Can't really do anything besides cower inside of their base. The vision control is also pretty good for the side of Cosa Pasta, making sure the Blitzcrank is
he
controlled
just
as much
doesn't
as
care.
possible. Yeah, I mean, Benefactor Sam absolutely super tanky right now.
They're
There's
way
not.
too strong at this point.
Yep. I mean, we said that they'd have to get the ball rolling early, and they did. So really well played by Cosa Pasta Pirates so far in this game. I didn't expect Yuki to be popping off like this though. Okay,
Okay,
another
there
hook
is a
on
good
to
chance.
Benefactor Sam. This time he's the one
Did he
getting
die?
taken out. Steel City Warrior does manage
User.
to get the kill,
Yeah.
and wait, it's answered immediately back by the curtain call. So not over
wa-
yet. As
It was a tough spot.
yeah,
was hard.
it was a very tough spot. Steel City Warrior then using his fancy feet to back off from the deadly flourish, but still, it's looking harder and harder for them to continue the siege as the minions are starting to pour in. The top lane, Heket Masov is doing what he can in order to stave off the pressure from their opponents, making sure Stifo doesn't get a free pass to just ultimate in. I'm Rob. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Very close to getting hit there, and oh my gosh, Indigo just burst him down. The hook coming from Fierce Doctor as well, so Steel
And
City
the
Warrior
ultimate.
goes down,
I think
and the
that's him.
Anchor, best little OC, should
And
be
this-
taken down as well. That's a lot of damage,
Yeah.
and there we go. The double kill over to him. Kyuki flashes in for some reason, but you
Should
know
be
what?
just
It
salty.
doesn't matter because they're the 1v1. Hackett Mass Off may end up winning that one, but the rest of the team are winning the game for him. Only Havoc left trying to get something back. It's not gonna be enough. He's just gonna get taken down.
Yeah, that's
Kyuki
it, that's
is
game.
godlight, and that's gonna be game one, going over to Cosa Pasta Pirates in this best of 5 series.
Yeah, what a game from Cosa Pasta. And for me, it's the way that they win this game at the start. Like you're saying, they had the control. They win the game based purely on how they play the early game. And it's not that they got such a massive kill lead or anything like that, but it's how they stopped any potential bleeding from happening. And we mentioned this. They controlled and they blew the flash from Haken Maskov really at the start of the game. At I think with the first blade at level 1 in bait. Then they move in to try and control Hekid Maskov, not allowing him to farm, not allowing him to do anything. A freeze was formed by Sifo, and Hekid Maskov is no longer a part of this game because he now needs to try and recover. Then the plays over onto the bottom lane. They were able to answer what Vestorolzi wanted to achieve because you can, as a jungler, you need to try and cover for the places that are weak, but you also don't want to ignore the places that may be strong because you want to get your team ahead. So he will go spot lane to try and get a play, but Indigo playing really safely, correctly, not allowing anything to happen. I also gotta I also gotta critique Havoc because he took Predator as a blitzcrank, and I don't think we saw him moving that much at the start of the game. I don't remember a hook that he achieved out of bottom lane that actually impacted any place other than bottom lane, right? So
Hmm.
really questionable decision there. If you're going to play with strength, you cannot just take down there, and especially if you're going for Predator. But then also to finally end up giving the credit to Cosa Pasta. Kyuki started the lane super badly. Steel City was dominating the lane matchup, like you should with a Syndra against a Seraphine. But Kyuki was never in a huge enough deficit that didn't matter. And then the two plays where they were able to collapse and kill Steel City Warrior meant that Kyuki now had the lead. She was like 20 or 30 CS at a point ahead of the Syndra, and then eventually even 50 or more. Right, the game ended with almost a 60 CS lead. So Kyuki playing really well, understanding the purpose of the Seraphine, and I also think that the side of Cosa Pasta understanding what they needed to do to not allow for G7 to snowball heavily the game, and then responding accordingly at every spot of the game. Even though they were, I still think that this composition lacks damage. It doesn't matter if you're ahead. So
Yeah.
they played this game really, really well.
Yeah, a clean game from Cosa Pirates. I guess it was just one advantage over another that they were able to
Yeah.
get themselves right. Small advantages that built up over time, starting with that flash that they got out of Hecate Mass off in the early game. But guys, we'll be right back with game two. We'll see whether G7 can bounce back from this deficit or whether Cosa Pasta will manage to make this into a 2-0 series. In the meantime, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back to Runeterra Academy. We can't even talk about the cooldown of the game because we are already on to the next one here between G7 and
Great.
CPP rather. I I couldn't speedrun my words myself. But anyway, we're back here in the second game of the grand final here at Runeterra Academy Senior Division. This time it's the Cosa Pasta Pirates actually taking the lead for themselves, surprisingly against the defending champions G7.
Yeah, and doing in a really dominant fashion in the first game. It's not only the way that they control the game, but what they did to control it, right? So if they can replicate that in the second game, then they're going to be in a really good spot because maybe they can win the second game and put themselves in match point. And trying to replicate what happened in the first game, first pick Seraphine. The Seraphine functioned really well. It was in a hard matchup, so I'm scared if they try to go against the Syndra once again, because Syndra can be a hard matchup, and if the things that happen in that game doesn't happen once again, Syndra can just dumpster the Seraphine. So there needs to be careful about how they play with this, but I like the idea of sticking with the Seraphine. And then as an answer, it's Galio with what else? There needs to be engaged. Yeah, there needs to be engaged to actually use the Galio effectively. So going for the Jarvan 4, I like this early game prowess with team fighting prowess as well. It's going already. I think this idea from G7 is good because that way they can get on top of the Seraphine without risking just running head first into the Seraphine wall, right?
Yeah. So there we go. I mean, change of pace this time from G7, which as it should be because their plan kind of fell flat on its face in the last time. But now let's see what they can do this time. I mean, they can still technically put the Seraphine into bot lane. It could be a complete trap, but no, it's not gonna be a trap because Lucian Braum end up getting
It
picked
could
up.
have been.
It could have been. It could have been. The potential was there, but instead, CPP they're gonna go with what's traditional. It's a Lucian Braum in the bot lane. Of course, has been traditionally strong, and now with the Lucian buffs, it got even stronger, and it's respectable bot lane again. So we'll see what the response is gonna be from G7 as they, you gotta think through this. What pick that they're going to
They
go
got AD
for
carry.
already? Well, I guess that
Okay,
is an AD carry. I mean,
to a certain degree, yeah. To a certain degree, it can be. It is also really good with this combo that they have built for themselves with the Jarvan Galio because you lock someone up in one position, you throw down the Galio ultimate, and then you throw down the Six ultimate. They cannot escape certain death. So I really like this idea of this combo. Betting on a wombo potential, something that CPP kind of did in the first game as well. This time around, I like from CPP the Lucian Braum bot, not because it's exceptionally great or anything. It is still a good bot lane. I think one of the better partners for Lucian is 100% the Braum, but because this now covers the lack of damage that they may have had in the first game. The Jhin wasn't a bad pick, but the fact that you had so many supportive picks all rounded up in a team, even though you were really far ahead, there could have been a point, and they lost a fight. Reminder, they even lost a fight when they were ahead, where because of lack of damage. So I think this solution is good. Okay.
Jarvan top. Okay.
Or Kindred mid.
There's no way. There's absolutely no way. I mean, this could
Maybe.
be Ziggs mid, Galio support, Kindred jungle, and then
Kindred
they're
AD
gonna last
carry.
pick for ADC. Kindred AD carry. I forgot who in Rafa server was really pushing for that one. Was it Ulk?
I think it was.
Really?
No, it was. I think it was his max. No.
Oh yeah, it was Smax. He just pushes the
Yeah.
Kindred AD carry all the time.
I also
He
know.
says it's good.
I also know of a Master Plus player that always pushing for Kindred carry. So there's potential. There may be. I think even in Korean solo queue ladder there was a player that was spamming Kindred AD carry. So maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I don't know much about the Kindred, so who knows? But
Should get
CVP
Smax
rounding up
here.
their composition. CVP rounding up their composition with Diego and Zed. Zed blind, it's kind of interesting, but I can kind of understand in this composition because with the Zed you can push away the Jarvan and make it so that the engage is not as crisp as you would like it.
Wait.
But now
Wait,
the
no
counter.
way.
No, see, I told you it may be.
There's no way. What is
Okay.
happening? There's no way. Oh my
Okay,
gosh,
yes, it
Connected's
is.
getting locked in.
This
Alright,
can even
we're
be
sending it
Renekton
to
mid.
place. We're sending it to place right
The
now.
thing is, it can be Renekton mid, Jarvan top, Galio support, 6
Yeah,
AD
yeah,
carry,
yeah.
and Kindred jungle. Like, there's a lot of combinations that we can pull off with this composition. But looking a little bit on what CPP drafted, a much more conventional composition with the Viego set in the top side, with Seraphine in the mid lane and Lucian Braum in the bot lane. I like the idea overall still sticking with a team fighting identity, but a composition that can spike a little bit earlier. In my opinion, I think that Zed can get stronger earlier. The Lucian certainly can get stronger earlier, and you have the Enchanter to buff up the Lucian. But I think that this particular game, they need to. I think that Seraphine should look into trying to play as a supportive mid laner with much more emphasis on support, because I think that you have way too many huge champions that you can buff up instead of you trying to deal damage, and that would be, I think, ideal for the side of CPP. But I can also see trying to go for the AP route, just because there is a lack of AP damage in the side of CPP, and it would be good to have that extra one in case.
Yep, definitely. And G7, of course, going the classic unexpected composition coming from
Classic
them. You know,
G7 comp.
yeah, it's the
Yeah.
classic G7 comp where we have no idea what the hell they're doing, but they know what they're doing. Hopefully, I assume
Do
so.
they-
I
do
have no
they?
idea.
Well,
I
we're
have
betting
no-
on they know, but who knows actually? We cannot confirm or deny anything that G7 does.
Yeah, there's the thing too. Also, the fact that there might end up being a bit of anti synergy here if Kindred
Yeah.
uses Slam Despite and Ziggs uses ultimate at the same time onto the same target.
Well, Kindred shouldn't be where they are, right? Because it will be Renekton, Galio, and Jarvan diving in,
Yeah.
and then you have the rest of the members kind of in the back. Okay, is it Jarvan mid actually?
Will
seems
it
to
be Jarvan mid? Okay.
Oh,
No,
it's
wait.
Jarvan
Jarvan support?
Okay. This is a nice adaptation. I didn't expect it, but you can go for the Jarvan support. It is a lot of poke, and that the flag when you're going the AP route, which you typically go when you're the Jarvan support, it's a lot of poke damage. Like, that is so bothersome
Yeah.
to play as an AD carry. So I can see the idea behind here. The problem is that Jarvan support is obviously not as tanky. And if you don't take any tanky rune either. You don't take grasp, you don't take
Aftershock.
aftershock, and you don't take guardian either. You take airy to try and maximize the poke damage potential from the flag, and also be able to supply with the shield to one of your members because of the passive from the flag. But
Yeah.
if you get collapsed on by a Braum Q or by a full engage from this from Lucian Braum, you can get exploded as well. So you need to be really careful about that, especially if the Viego comes down as well. So this building can be volatile, but can be good as well. I'm excited to see how does this perform for G7.
Listen, this Havoc volatility is literally the definition of his name.
it is
Like,
true.
I'm still wondering if this guy is ever going to play a traditional support in the series so far, or one of the traditional meta supports
Yeah.
in the series so far. And right now, I'm going for the Jarvan Ziggs. I have no idea how well this combo is gonna do. I mean, in theory, right? They
In theory, it
outrange
can
Lucian
work.
Braum. They outrange
Yeah.
Lucian Braum, and they should do extremely well because Braum is weak to poke. Lucian is weak when the enemy is a lot longer range than him. So they should win out. This should be a 5-head
But-
maneuver. But we'll see if they're
but-
going to be able to execute it super
Yeah.
well. Because, it looks like CPP, they're not going to change their plans from last time. It seems like they basically just have almost the same comp. We'll see how it does in Game 2, though. We'll be right back after the short break. Hello and welcome back to Runeterra Academy here in Game 2 between G7 and CPP. Right now, we have a bit of a change-up coming from G7, a big change-up in fact, where we have a Jarvan support TDS and a Kindred
Yeah.
jungle, and also a Renekton top. Picks that I didn't think we would be seeing in this game, but we are seeing them now. I guess the Kindred kind of expected. Best turtle OC is pretty good on the champion. I mean, that by pretty good, I mean he's very good. But anyway, the
Yeah.
Jarvan support and the Ziggs bot, I think that's the weirdest duo I've seen so far. I mean, in theory, right? In theory, TDS, it should
Like the
be
idea is
really
there.
good.
Yeah. The idea does says that it has merit and it can work effectively. The thing is execution. And against Indigo and Akadex, that in the first game I think performed really, really well, particularly Akadex, moving around the map, impacting almost any lane, doing a better job than Blitzcrank at actually impacting the rest of
I
the
think
map.
it was Furious
And
Doctor who was playing, and Akats is
oh
just
wait, they
subbing in right
actually
now.
trade. Yeah, they actually traded supports. Okay, that is something that I didn't even realize. Yeah, that may affect how
Oh,
what this happened in this match. Low level
we have
one.
an invade and a flash
Oh,
immediately. There we go. Akats immediately just stomping his territory right now and trying to get the
he
first buff for his
reloaded.
team.
They lose
Wait,
this.
yeah, they lost in the invade. Besterill, now he's gonna chase. He has the blue buff for himself too. Here comes the poke from the Ziggs. And then it looks like it's a bit of a failure of an invade coming from the
That was
side of
so
CPP.
bad. Yeah, the idea was so good, but first of all, the immediate flash by Akadex, you have to wait at least until your illusion is in range to begin hitting or doing anything there, and then the smite, you are the illusion and the Diego are hitting the blue buff. You have to time it so that you can smite at the right time, or that you can burst it so that you can smite at the right time. Like that's the idea why we have communication on voice channels. Like that's one of the proposals, and they failed at that. That was so badly executed at the end.
Yeah.
Luckily, nobody died.
So they lost their flash and they lost the buff in the end. So not really doing too hot right now is the side of CPP. I mean, they're still getting to push in lane. I mean, is Lucian
Because
Brawl,
they
of course.
reached first, but
Yeah. They managed to reach the bot lane first. So we'll see if I'm Rob and Havoc will be able to wrestle control for themselves. Meanwhile, here in this top lane, Hecate Mask off, just a bit of trading against Stifo. Should be fine there. I mean, it's Shenekton versus Set. What do you guys want me to say, huh? It's it's
it's not like we haven't seen this 100 times already.
yeah. I mean, both top laners kind of really playing for the mid game team fights, right? Where they're gonna be
Yeah.
super useful, especially.
Although Renekton has a window where he can go for a solo kill, but it shouldn't be.
Oh,
Oh, Yuki
yep,
immediate
QK
flash.
has to use his flash immediately, so that's a vulnerable point. Realized that he was in a lot of trouble. I don't know if it's worded, but he was sensing something in
No,
the
it
water.
wasn't worded.
Okay, he was just
It
sensing
wasn't
something.
worded. Yeah.
I think probably really good on the timing as the teleport's
Oh,
coming
teleport
in.
top.
QQ's coming here into the top lane already. They're trying to
Oh,
do on a 3v3, but First Blood gonna go over
they
to
pull him back.
Yuki.
He died.
Again, Steel City Warrior gonna get punished immediately as well. Benefactor Sam just benefiting from the chaos happening in top lane. And 2 kills again going over to CCP.
Yeah,
CPP
great
rather.
timing. CPP. Great timing from the teleport by the side of CPP and Kyuki. Even though she got ganked at the start, she just teleported back in. And this play, it was continuation from what happened from the mid lane, because in the meanwhile, the Viego and the Zed were securing the Scuttle Crop on top side. They having the push there. And they were able to immediately react to the Renekton immediate flash by Benefactor Sam. Renekton just gets collapsed, and even though he tries to run away, he gets immediately killed. Really nice play. Benefactor Sam getting a kill and assist, so even though he was behind in terms of pacing, he's not as affected. He will lose his I think his pulse and his blue buff, but bot lane.
Oh yeah, bot lane. I'm Rob
Oh,
in a lot
Rob.
of trouble. He got tagged up by the prom
Ooh.
Q. Not gonna matter as he manages to barely get away. But that was a exhausting use. Heal used as well in the bot lane. So summoners expended by the side of G7's bot laners. Not
Do
gonna
they
be
try
feeling
to
too
dive
good about
this?
that one. They could. Viego is right there,
Galio's
but I
coming
don't think
up.
he's gonna make it on time.
No,
I
no,
think
no. I
he's
mean
gonna.
top side.
Oh, and top side. Oh, never
Yeah,
mind.
blue buff getting secured. Galio was coming top, but they seem to have called it off. Yeah, in the bot lane, the Viego is really risky to try and pull this up. Oh,
Okay.
Yuki needs to be careful. She doesn't
Yep.
have flash. She's dead.
Yeah, I
She's
think
dead.
she's dead. Yeah, right here they're gonna be able to punish her. This time Kyuki gonna get taken down. Punished! This time not gonna be given the leeway to be able to scale up
Yeah,
like she did in the last game. This time Kindred a lot more deadly A lot more deadly duo, and there's a lot more CC, guaranteed CC coming from Steel City Warrior.
Yeah, and super bad mistake by QK there because you know where you know your bot side has the attention, so you cannot play towards top side. But even the posturing from the surfing was bad. So getting collapsed, getting punished, and Bestable also doing a really nice job to punish the Piego after the play that they pulled up in the top side and then onto the bot lane as well because she got the wolves, she got the
Mm.
blue buff, and stole a lot of the camps from the Piego. She has a camp lead onto the Piego, and even though the blue buff, the side of CPP is an advantage because of what happened topside, it's still not a bad spot for G7. They have champions
Nope.
that scale well, and they have a team fight idea.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially in the late game, that's gonna be hurting like a truck.
Oh,
Speaking
six.
like a truck, though, Benefactor Sam trying to get on top. Havoc
Oh,
also on the back line, trying to
that was
distract.
nice.
He has to sidestep. There we go. I'm Rob, just barely able to flash away. Not gonna get too many more chances after that. I'm Rob losing that other summoner spell. Every single gank that comes here into the bot lane, Rob just loses a summoner spell. So has to be playing a lot more carefully, I feel.
Yeah, like with six, you pretty much cannot be as aggressive. Your idea is just to farm from safety and poke, and I think that's also the idea with the Jarvan. And this is also why I was saying, in theory, the Jarvan six can work. But you cannot put yourself in bad positions because one Q from Rom can be followed up easily by
Mm.
the Lucian, and then you can pretty much get just burst it out and kill. So you need to be careful about that. Collapsing onto the blue buff now, I really like this play. They need to steal camps away from Vestal C because there's already a 10 CS lead for the Kindred. Now a little bit less.
I need to check his marks too. Already had one at least for himself, so he still has a way to go before he reaches that four mark magic power spike for the Kindred. Right now, more trading happening in the top lane, and we just saw bot lane looks like it. Benefactor Sam just putting all his attention down here.
They want to
This
dive
could
this.
be a this could be a dive potential, but
Everything's
that's
also coming.
yeah, they're putting everything right now. Teleport
Oh.
coming in. I'm Rob though. He's just gonna get taken
Oh,
down.
nice.
Clean dive so far from both Akats and Indigo. Still City Warrior trying to answer
Oh,
back. He has the taunt and will be able to get something
yeah.
back. There we go. Still City Warrior with one, with two. So two kills in response to the one, but it might end up biting them in the butt. No, it will not, as Havoc just manages to get away with the flag and drag. Stifo though might
Steve
overextend
needs
just
to
a
be
bit.
careful.
Yeah, he has to
Yeah,
be
you
very
need.
careful.
He cannot be aggressive. He
Going
has
in.
to know this. Oh,
Going in right now. Stifo possibly has to use the showstopper to get out of there. He's going to end up having to use the haymaker
it's
to
fine.
shield himself up, but he's going to be absolutely fine. Could have been a bit more
It's
aggressive from Turtle. I think
fine.
that could have been his kill if
They
he
have the
since he had
ultimate.
the run. Yeah, he has the lamb respite, but I guess didn't want to risk it. It
There's
is
also the.
yeah. Go
I was
ahead.
going to say there's also the showstopper, so they can
Yeah,
push
yeah,
someone out of that ultimate. So I can see the risk, but they do end up putting pressure here. The mark is down. Is still on the bottom side for Kindred. I think they did secure the Viego secured it, so she's going to lose this. So she's now going to stay with two marks. Although she
Meanwhile,
did mark Stifle, so we may see a repeat gank onto that top side.
Meanwhile, Benefactor Sam, he's just living in this bot side right now. He got his camp, set up a tent, and they're going in right now. I'm
Oh,
Rob used the Saddle Charge to
no
try and get
flash.
away, but it's probably not getting enough. Really
Oh.
big flag and drag coming from the side of Havoc, and here comes the Galio ultimate as a response,
Oh,
along with the
he's
Mega
dead.
Inferno Bomb. What a great response coming from G7. The taunt as well, Akad. I think he's not going to be long for this world. Probably going to get taken down. The culling dealing so much damage, along with the stun from the Brum passive. And they're barely gonna be
How
able
did
to
no one
get
die?
away. I can't believe Indigo and Aka's actually managed to live through that. Well played from them to get away from all the CC.
Yeah, and I think way too overcommitted by Benefactor Sam. Like, it's okay to force the play. Oh, wait, Sifo. Okay, now he's fine.
Nah,
So
nah,
it's
just
okay to commit the play to try and keep a 10 down there in the ball lane. I agree with this. Kill the 6 repeatedly, kill the Jarvan as well. But you cannot go so far forward when you know there's a Galio that can answer the play because he wasn't in mid lane. So you have to at least be 70% sure there's a chance that he comes down. And they still commit. They try to force the play. They get punished. And Benefactor Sam is being really getting punished this early game. Like when you look at this, he has died once, but he's almost 20 CS behind the Kindred already.
yeah.
And the Kindred still hasn't collected every mark that she could. I think she even stole. No, she didn't get it. Okay. So I was thinking if she got the birds, the raptors, but Surfing collected them. So luckily she didn't get that.
Yeah, all right. Kindra's getting far ahead in CS, but at least not in the passive. So they at
Yeah.
least have that from the side of CPP. But yeah, not in a good position right now, especially when they're putting so much resources down in bot lane. and just coming away with nothing. I mean, Kyuki is still at least has the mythic finished, so at least winning out when it comes to CS right now, as Benefactor Sam might be in a lot of trouble right here.
He's
Steel City
alone
Warrior as well
here.
coming
I think
in.
he's dead.
They should be able to chase him down. Here comes the taunt,
Yeah.
and there's the kill. So Steel City Warrior again showing how effective he can be on the roams. Kyuki here though, along with Stifo, could end
They
up
don't
being the
win at
difference
They
maker.
don't win at this.
Yeah,
They don't win this.
they don't. Heket is also there. And there's the smite as well. Bester OCE, okay.
Yeah, he got it.
Playing with danger, playing with fire, but managing to make it out.
I think it's CPP playing with fire here. They didn't have any business trying to go for that. And if they try to force any fight, they lose 100%. So really trying to be aggressive. And in the meanwhile, with what's happening on topside, it's Akadex trying to move towards topside to maybe support, but instead it's Indigo getting punished now. They are going to take 2 plates now with this. And
Whoa.
oh wait,
That's a lot of damage. Shadow Charge used onto Ziggs, and immediately, again, another gank going onto the bot lane. At this point, I think if I'm Rob and Havoc, you would be predicting this. You would be knowing what the timing is for the ganks already. As, okay, Havoc ends up
He
missing
failed.
he missed the flag and drag, but still gonna make it out of there. Sending the Ezreal emote to show that, he messed up,
he
but he still
failed,
made
but
it
they
out.
weren't ready.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they weren't
it's
ready
okay.
to. They weren't ready to collapse onto him. Meanwhile, here comes Besterl OC, ready to cover for his bot lane, and the ultimate from Galio is there already as well. Hero's entrance ready to be used at the drop of a hat. We've seen it last time, and if the side of CPP again overstep, they're gonna get punished.
Yeah, the problem is that the more that we see those plays in bot lane, the farther and farther away that Benefactor Sam is going to fall. He's now more than 20 CS behind, although now he's going to cover that up with the rocks. But he's still 20 CS behind. They lose his turret because of the Herald, and they haven't gotten anything. Like they're just trying to fight fights that they don't need to, trying to force plays that are gonna lose and are not getting any value out of that. They are now going to lose this Drake as well. Bester has done a great job after the horrible play at the start of the game, has been doing such a great job to correct everything from that. Getting the farm lead, getting the gang onto the mid and killing the Seraphine. Now I think he got another mark. Yeah, so at least 2 marks. He's behind pace a little bit, but still doing a really nice job as a jungle to correct everything that happened previously and put your team on the lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those factors you can't really control as Kindred, right? As much as you can.
Yeah.
Even if the fact that he's able to get this far ahead, even though he can't really go for invades because, it's hard to get priority against a set, against Seraphine, at least when your mid laner is a melee. So you can't really go for those invades, but he's at least able to farm up, at least able to read when Benefactor Sam is down there in the bot lane and try to take advantage of it. But also credit to the
Yeah.
bot lane of the side of G7. I'm Rob and Havoc just survived again and again. They've been a rock this game so far.
I think that they played the lane how we thought it was going to be with the poke. A couple of times was risky, but I do agree they played as well as they could, and they died once in the they don't they six died once in everything that was happening with Benefactor Sam trying to be as aggressive as possible down there, and they even got the first turret. So overall, doing a fantastic job. And now they have opened up the six to try and see each other lanes, which I like because six is one of the best tower takers in the game. To not
Yeah,
say the
this-
best, right?
Yep, they stick Ziggs in mid. Kyuki now should have someone who can match her wave clear, at least. Havoc is there to make sure to cover his the new mid laner as well, so to speak. I'm Rob, trying to do what he can. Meanwhile, here in the top lane, Stifo is just doing a great job trading against Heket Masoff on the Renekton. Always gonna end up winning that out. Heket Masoff doing what he can to make sure he doesn't fall too far behind against Stifo. They're gonna go for more Showstopper use as well. Here comes the ultimate. Dominant use, but Besterl OCE is here to punish
He's dead.
Stifo. Has to use his flash, but yep, there we go. Besterl OCE gonna get the kill, and he should be able. Did he get the mark from that one? He did not. There was not.
think
Okay.
not, yeah.
He did not mark the set. So unfortunately, we'll not get anything more than a kill, but that's still something, especially since Heket Masoff was getting pushed in the whole time. Benefactor Sam coming in, but
I
he's
don't
not gonna
think
find
there's
anything.
a chance. Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think
they're
there's a
gonna go
chance
for
that they
more.
did
There we
all.
go. Cataclysm used on top immediately on the Seraphine. Flash away from the Mega Inferno
Oh.
Bomb. The Lounge Respite's used, and here comes the hero entrance. Gonna get something back. Akad's knocked into the air. Not gonna be enough, as in the
Oh,
end,
nice
it's gonna be a
engage.
big flag and drag to bring two people up. The teleport's coming in from Stifo to try and respond, but he's completely outnumbered in the middle of 4 people. Will he be able to get something done?
Not even
Ava,
one.
so
Okay,
low
he got
HP, and he did manage to get one
Oh,
in the end, but
Indigo.
it's still G7. Indigo, though, he gets
Oh.
taunted, he gets knocked up, he gets taken down. I'm Rob, come with a kill. It's gonna be almost an ace, but Akad's already
an ace.
respawned just in time.
It is an ace though. Like they killed everyone, so it does still count as an ace. And remember what happened in the first game where CPP were running over the side of G7 in the early game? Well, this is exactly what happened in the first game, but now it's G7 doing it. But they are answering better to whatever the side of CPP wants to do. The team fighting was so good in that particular play, and I don't know what the side of CPP wanted to achieve. Your set is dead. He cannot do anything, but he's dead. Like he can try and TP after he's alive, but he needs to be alive for that. So you're trying to fight a losing fight at the start and getting completely punished by that. It doesn't matter if the Seraphine had a nice lane. It doesn't matter if the set has a nice lane. Like if you're trying to fight without numbers, you're going to get punished. And CPP gets punished by that. 5,000 now in the lead now in favor of G7 and setting themselves up for the next week, which is going to be a Molten Soul once again. And this time around, it doesn't particularly benefit much more one or the other, but it's still a great soul to get, right?
Yep, and credit to Havoc finding all those important flag
Yeah.
drags onto important
He almost didn't die.
carries. Yeah, he almost didn't die. He almost actually made it out of that. And if he did, that would have added insult to injury, honestly, for the side of CPP. Or at least able to get the kill in the end. But you know what? The dragon is coming up soon. Again, we have another mountain soul that's gonna be here. Taunt up. Stifo gonna fall back, realizing he is in the two. Never mind, he's playing with fire. Trying to see if he can go in the 2v1 situation. It is set, he can do that, but I don't think it's possible with the Galio this fed at the moment, especially
Yeah,
with
you
two
need one more
mythics.
item at least.
Yeah, especially with the mythics already on top, and Benefactor Sam, he just got
Ooh.
immediately chunked out somehow. I'm not sure how,
There
but
was some
this should be.
Mega Inferno bomb
Oh,
involved.
okay. All right.
Yeah.
So there's a big bomb involved, and what else is gonna be involved is a dragon, which G7 should be able to pick up very comfortably.
Yeah, but G7 going for the dragon, if you look at the minimap, it's at least an answer play from the side of CPP, knowing that they cannot force the fight because of what happened with
Oh, no.
Factor Sam. Instead
Okay.
of going for Herald and top.
Oh wait,
Oh,
what?
No.
No way! He's rooted up. Will he be able to get away further? The Dominus is there. I think they're gonna try and
Yeah,
dive
no,
him.
you
Dominus
cannot
used to try
dive
and get the
this.
stun immediately. The root up, but that's still a lot of damage. Hackett Masoff will go for the 1-for-1 trade. That's already good
Is that
enough.
worth?
That
They didn't even get the Herald.
Oh no, they even lost the Rift Herald. Everything is just falling apart for CPP.
Yeah. I don't like that play at all. First of all, it's them timing from Steve on Kyuki because the Steve going for the showstopper into the surfing. Fine, I understand it, but the timing was so bad. The showstopper was finishing just as Serving was buffering the ultimate, and there's a cooldown for that. There's a timing window where the Renekton can escape, and he did that perfectly. Hagen Maskov tried his hardest to escape, even takes out the kill after the attempt of dive that was so bad. You never attempt to dive a Renekton, especially after you're committed so much, because with his ultimate he can trade one. They did get the kill back, but a 1-for-1 and a Herald lost is not good.
Yeah, definitely not good. User Havoc rather. Gonna take a bit of damage from the poke from the Seraphine, but that's not gonna be enough. Still such a big advantageous position for the side of G7. I'm Rob, ready to put down the Rift Herald when needed once they get a bigger advantage for themselves. And as I said, really well played also by Hecate Mass up in the top lane. I mean, it did feel more like a misplay coming from CPP, honestly.
100%.
But
I can agree with that.
credit where credit is due to Hecate Mass off for managing to make out like a bandit in that regard.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's mistakes involved, but from good plays, there's also mistakes. So it's okay to give
Yeah,
credit to Hagen
outplay
Maskov there.
versus mistake. Like, which one do you appreciate more? You seem like
Both.
the cynical type, TDS.
I appreciate both because I do believe that without a mistake, there's a chance that those outplays doesn't happen. So
That's true. That's true.
so
And speaking of
there is-
mistakes,
oh wait,
yeah,
the
speaking of
Factor Sam
mistakes,
actually.
yes, uses a Heartbreaker to immediately get away. Mega Inferno Bomb and the Flash used to try and get away right now. Lamstress
Oh.
fight down there to try and stop the Encore, but here comes the taunt. It might end up being Kyuki. You
Oh,
having to give up his
Kyuki.
life. The big,
Yeah.
the big
Oh, wait,
ultimate
actually-
from the Braum actually
oh.
manages to get the trade back. And there we go. What a really good response from Akads. In the meantime, Havoc immediately has to use his stopwatch to get away from this
Stifo.
one. And in the top lane, another fight between Stifo and Heket Mass off. Heket has to use his Dominus. But I'm Rob, keeping things steady. He has already bought a Medjais for himself. Akads, though, he wants to get more. And
That's what
he's
you
gonna
like,
go for
right?
more. Steel City
wait.
Warrior gonna go for the taunt, gonna try and get something back. Saddle Charge used to push back the opponent, try and kite them away. Indigo trying to flash back in. Steel City Warrior. Meanwhile, here comes the teleport from
Just
behind.
go.
Heket Mass off
Oh, you're
immediately
dead.
onto the support, but
Okay.
not gonna find anything. Hero's entrance
Yeah.
used onto Stifo and Benefactor Sam, and Steel City Warrior. He's just gonna get shut down. So CPP actually with a good response this time.
Yeah, the problem with that fight for the side of G7, even though it started looking kind of good, it's both top laners trying to teleport her. But the problem with that is that Renekton arrives way too late, and the three members that were running away were all AP damage. So trying to fight at that point with the same damage type, with members that have Mercurial boots and Mercury's threat and magic resistant items, can be hard. So the fact that the Kindred was dead and the Renekton arrived way too late made that fight harder for the side of G7 Mirage. Also, CPP going for the collapse really well because they knew that the members were low. They knew that Benefactor Sam was able to survive so he can respond to the play if he is able to get there. And the side of G7 trying to go for a turret that realistically is not that important. Like, yes, the gold it gives is good, but
Oh, wait.
you don't get that much. Oh, wait.
Yeah, 1v1 right now, but here comes the support.
gosh.
It was just a bait all along. Havoc coming in with the clutch save for best turtle OCE.
If Benefactor Sam had ultimate, I can see him winning that. But he fought that. Once again, I don't understand. Don't fight without important cooldowns. You don't win those fights without those important cooldowns.
That's the 7th mark already for the Kindred, by the way. We ballooned from only 2. Now Kindred has 7. This
At
man is
14, I
absolutely
think she was
strong.
too-
Here comes the flash encore to try and get
Great
more, and that's
ultimate.
immediately
Oh.
deleted away. Steel City Warrior has to back out immediately. I don't think even G7 were expecting that quick play coming from Kyuki, but it paid off.
Yeah. I wasn't even expecting that either. Really great execution by Yuki, and this is why they first picked the Seraphine, it seems like, because Yuki has been delivering on those ultimates. Yeah, she got punished, he got punished a couple of times, but the ultimates do find value, they find the mark, and now putting CP in a position where they can collect this dragon. It's 8 seconds away, the 6 doesn't have teleport, the German doesn't have teleport, and if they try to go for the steal, they may get punished. So, not going for that great dragon capture, but they may try and look for the Baron.
Yeah,
Kindred can do
pinging-
this Baron quickly.
They're pinging it right now. There's a lot of damage on the
There's
Kindred
no
as
vision,
well.
they don't know about this.
Yeah, they don't
Oh,
know. They're just
no.
question mark. They're just question mark pinging right now. Oh, they're gonna sneak this Baron away. What a very good decision making coming out from G7. Actually managing to get away with murder here.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is just theirs basically, and the siege should be extremely good right now for the side of G7. Cataclysm Stifo,
Oh,
he
no,
can't get
Stifo.
away. He's stuck in between 4 people. Will end up trying to use the Haymaker. That's a lot of damage, but Showstopper as well. It's not gonna be enough. As the shutdown goes over to Steel City Warrior, 1 person down, and the siege probably will continue from here as I'm Rob is running it down the mid lane.
Yeah, they have the 6, they have the flag from the Jarvan to try and do the poke, and they also have teleport from
Go for
Steel
more.
City Warrior that may come through. Oh, nah, he's able to run away.
Yeah, the Flag Drag
But-
ended up missing Akads.
I'm really surprised that Stephen was in that position, first of all, and that he didn't try to use the Showstopper before to try and get out and maybe get much more damage, because we saw the damage from the Haymaker. If you can put them and in a threatening position, then maybe you can try and trade someone out and the push cannot happen, but
Oh.
get punished and the turret now falls down. Really nice siege by the side of G7 Mirage.
Yeah, but they're not gonna try and take down Inhibitor, realizing I don't think they have the sustain to be able to continue the siege. The one thing that Seraphine will allow her teammates to do is to keep fighting.
Yeah. It's just out sustaining your enemies until they are tired of you and they just want to die and cry, pretty much. But it's still a really nice push from the side of G7, getting the lane inhibitor turret. They don't need to overforce because they have a lot of gold to spend. I think that push was immediately
Supposed to be
after
Warrior?
backing.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, no, it's okay. That push was
Okay, yeah.
immediately after securing the turret, the Baron, so they didn't get to extend a lot of gold. So it's fine for them, even if they lose the turret, it's not the end of the world. They still have the Baron buff, they still have the potential to siege thanks to the Six and the Jarvan. And if there's an engaged potential that they can look for, I can see them trying to commit because Havoc does want to pull the trigger most of the time.
Yeah, but he's fighting against Kyuki, who has an instant trigger button on the R, on the ultimate when he
Pretty
wants to
much.
go in as well. So it's a battle of engage right now between the support of G7 and the
Oh,
mid laner
Stifo.
of Cosa Pasta. Oh no, Stifo in a lot of trouble again. A bit overextended. Caught himself in the heart. Wait, what? 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 Stifo
What, bro?
just got
What
away
hard plays? He
somehow.
just run away.
Wait. He just literally ran past them, and they didn't
Yeah.
notice.
He just squeaked past them. Like I'm surprised that that worked, but a credit to Stipo finding the angle to run away
You
and
know what?
buying the team time because that has stopped the push potential a little bit at least.
You know some JRPGs with some weird stealth mission, even though there's basically no stealth mechanics in the game. That's basically what happened. He managed to get away from that. That was one of the funniest things I've seen
You're the
in a
one
while.
that makes
Oh
the
wait,
stealth happen. Oh,
oh, best turtle. He's trying to deal with Benefactor Sam. Who immediately the shield bow is popped and the culling is used onto Rob. Immediately showstopper onto the ADC. He has to immediately get out of there. Kyuki is trying to pull
Rob.
him down. The big encore, but he's not going to be able to get anything. Mega Inferno
They
bomb is
cannot
dropped, and
kill-
here comes the hero's
Okay.
entrance to try and get something back. Kyuki though in a lot of trouble. He just gets taken down, and
It
it's
loses
going to be
fire.
the cleanup coming from Best Turtle OCE. And this might end up being the game actually.
Yeah.
The death timers are really
the
long
six is
at the
dead
moment.
though. The six is dead though, but
but
yeah,
the
it's 30
damage from-
seconds.
but
They
the
have
damage from
mid lane.
Kindred.
They have the minions. Yeah, they have the minions. I think they should be able to finish this
They
up.
should be. Should be.
What
is the
can
big
Aka
question.
do?
He
What
can
can the
he
bomb
can
do?
use his taunt. That's what he can do right now.
Yeah,
As
pretty
they're
much,
trying to
that's it.
destroy the Nexus turrets, they're trying to end this game. G7 are trying to bring us to a tied scoreline. And here comes Benefactor Sam trying
Oh.
to do something back, but they're just gonna knock him up. All the CC.
Can't even get
Uses the
the kill.
stopwatch. Yeah, he's not gonna end up getting killed. He gets one kill, but in the end, the Nexus is
But
gonna
it
go
doesn't
down
matter,
in
yeah.
favor of G7, who end up taking game 2, tying this series up with a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and in that last fight, CPP trying to go for a pretty much a Hail Mary play, even though they didn't need to. There was no minion wave, there was no pressure. If you just try to fight normally, you probably can get a better angle. They tried to go for a QQ on the Seraphine to go for a flank. A Seraphine flanking, like that I think can encapsulate how bad of an idea that was. Because then they just immediately get collapsed, they get punished. And Rob survived for so long. Yes, he dies, but he got everything out at that moment, so it doesn't matter. And the Kindred is still alive, so your main damage dealer is dealing with everyone being able to survive. The rest of the members get full value, and Havoc masterfully playing the team fight. He dies at the end, but after doing everything right in the team fight. So great game by G7. Great comeback from what was a really I think it's nefastus. Yeah.
Wait,
A
what?
really nefarious. I think it's nefarious. A really nefarious game one, and
Okay.
just completely changing phase in this game, doing really good things, and showcasing why they are the defending champions. Honestly,
Yeah, they managed to come back, especially with a team comp that, well, I don't think anyone really expected this coming out from them. But that's a classic G7 special, just coming
it is a
out with
G7 special.
with a team comp that no one really expects. I'm Rob and Havoc really well. This Jarvan was one of the most effective Jarvans I've seen. He was doing work with
100%.
the right flag and drags onto the right time and even surviving. But yeah, that last team fight, they tried to concentrate on I'm Rob as well, try and take him down. But Best Turtle OCE, what he was basically left untouched and free to do as much damage as he wanted. And a Kindred with all those marks, he's gonna be hurting. And well, G7 walking away with this one, guys. We're going to a game 3. The thing, it's not over yet. Definitely, with both teams now in a 1-1 scoreline. We'll see how the next part of this series pans out. But don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, hello, welcome. We are back after a very short break. We just need a bit of time to
Yep.
cool off, and talk about what's been happening so far in the series because it felt like we haven't had time to catch our breath, TDS.
Yeah, there's been a lot of crazy things, not only in game but out of game as well with the draft. So there's a couple of interesting things that has happened. But at least we are getting a series. Like there was a chance that this could have been just a 3-0, but both teams showing up to play CPP with a really nice first game. A really dominating first game at that. I really like how they decided to play the first game. But G7 answering really well in the second game with a start that was really bad for them, realistically. They were, I think, 2-0 down, but
Mhm.
Pestorolsi, particularly for me, the player of the game, because he did so much in that game to keep G7 from falling down, and then even getting advantages for the team, and then slowly but surely just ramping up the snowball for G7 to just pull through and end up winning the game. So overall, great performance by him, and now this game 3 is going to be really interesting. Does the Kindred get banned?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I don't know. For me, actually, the player of the game was Havoc. I don't know about you,
Okay.
but his engages were actually
For me, it's
really a
best,
sight to
sort of.
behold.
Yeah.
I think everyone on G7 really showed up. At least showed up for their team. Steel City Warrior also with all the roams that he was able to do and their quick response he was able to make. But so it's debatable, right, on who would get the
Yeah.
MVP in that game. Right now
Also,
we are getting. Sorry, TDS. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah,
Before
I
we
was
get
just
into
going to
draft.
say quickly. Yeah, I was just going to say quickly. First Doctor back, so we're going to get the support from first game into game 3 for the side of CPP. So going to maybe be a change, an important change to notice.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't think Akad's played really badly, but
yeah,
I'm not
synergy is
sure.
important.
Yeah, synergy is basically important. No offense to Akads. I think
Yeah,
he
100%.
wasn't like the reason they lost the game, right? But
Yeah,
there were
it's
some moments of brilliance from him. But seeing Furious Doctor back should be able to do stuff right now as well. It's a Pike first pick, amazing.
exactly.
There we go.
It is. This is the G7 that I know and remember from last split. So that this just makes a little bit of sense to me because it's G7. Obviously, it doesn't make sense that you go for the first big bike, especially because almost anything can punish him. But I don't think Rakan is the best of answers for the pipe. Like, yes, the Rakan does have engage that can CC eternally the pipe, but with the you can cancel the jump from the pike back. You can cancel the E from the pike with that. You can pull through the ultimate as well. You don't want that to happen, I don't think, ever. But you can do that with a hook as well from the bike. So interested to see the Rakan getting picked. It probably is because of the combo with the Saya. So I can in that regard kind of see why, and having that lovers duo fully activated can be good for CPP. But
Mhm.
G7 answering with the Ezreal, a save AD carry that can just run away by himself.
Oh,
And the Renekton blind pick, I am not 100% sure I like this. We saw the Renekton last game. It honestly wasn't that impressive. I think they won in spite of the Renekton, not because of the Renekton.
yeah.
So I'm not fully convinced on this pick, but maybe they do try to go for a flex potential with this Renekton pick, which in case I can see that being a better option right now.
In the mid lane, right? What?
Yeah, potentially.
I mean, if they really wanted someone safe in the top lane, they could just blind pick a tank if they wanted. Kennen being picked up immediately by CCP.
Or Camille.
I'm just gonna call them Cosa Pasta because that's a lot easier for me to say. But Cosa Pasta, they decide to go for for the cannon instead. Range advantage already in the top lane, and we know how effective a cannon flank can be. Can straight up win
Yeah.
a team fight if you're able to time it well enough. Kindred getting taken away as you predicted, along with Steel City Warriors Galio. So those two completely off the table. They were an extremely effective mid jungle duo, roaming around the map, causing so much chaos that Cosa Pasta they just couldn't keep up with it right now. And
Yep.
we'll see what the fourth pick is. I'm assuming it's gonna be the jungler, and they're probably gonna give Kyuki counter pick because the
I would
Seraphine has
assume
been
that.
banned away. The Seraphine has been
Yeah.
banned away. It's not gonna show up again.
Yeah, I would assume that would be the idea. I think that that's probably better. And like you're saying, the Starving getting banned away, you cannot blind pick it like that. Yeah, the Jarvan coming through. This may still be a flex Jarvan into mid lane, into the mid lane. So not 100% sure yet. But it's the first time in the series that we're going to see QQ on something else. So what does QQ bring out? He could play Lulu mid lane, right? Like that's a potential pick that you can go for
Lulu
as an
mid.
enchanter. Like it's not as bad as it sounds, but it's not good either. So,
I mean,
so I don't expect it. But
it's
but
not
that
season 5 anymore. TDS. We do not have
yeah,
mid
no, but
assassin Lulu.
it's
Oh
not
wait.
season 5. But we have seen Nami back in the meta. So why not Lulu, right?
All right, that's fair. Mid Nami, anyone? Is that what you're playing?
Yeah,
TDS?
no. Sona is also an option that I can see. Sona, I think, can be played mid lane. It's really difficult to pilot it, but that's an option I can see as well. Sona mid lane. But I think that they are going to go for something much more damage oriented, just because they already have a lot of teamfight engage potential,
Mhm.
and you don't need to have that extra engage potential. On the other side, G7, Nidalee, Lissandra. So Nidalee, it's pretty much because of Renekton. I feel like to have that just point and click CC combo that you see most of the time. It is a volatile duo, though. If they fall behind, they're useless. They are completely useless if they fall
Yeah.
behind. If they get ahead, they're monstrous. So
Yeah.
it's flipping a coin, which is something that G7 100% wants to do. And they also have a lot of good lockdown with Lissandra as well. So you also have the lockdown potential on there. I told you there was a flex potential.
Yep, it looks like Stifo is going to be taking back his Shen up to the top
And
lane to
it's
face
Kennen
up
mid.
against the Renekton. And it's going to be Kennen fighting against Cassandra in the mid lane. I mean, I guess...
I can understand that. I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Honestly, I can get behind that. Honestly, just because I think that Lissandra is not one of the worst matchups that you can get on. And yes, he will get pushed, so he will not have priority. But Lissandra is not going to consistently harass you, consistently punish you, and she has to spend a lot of mana to also get the push in the lane because of the Q does cost a little bit of mana. I think that it got buffed. So that it wasn't as high, but it's still an investment that you have to do with Alessandra. And early on, the damage is not that high, so I can understand the Kennen not being that pressured, but it's still two lanes that will get priority in the Renekton and the Lissandra, and then the bot lane that will try and play safe in the Astral Pike. And Nidalee has focus in 3 lanes, or has the potential in 3 lanes to go, because there's CC in those 3 lanes. So I can see a world where Nidalee just pass from bot side to top side to try and get the Renekton ahead, and then puts focus onto mid lane and bottom lane. But I think that G7 should just stick to putting the Renekton as far ahead as they can. Because if the Renekton is ahead, the Nidalee is ahead, then Kennen and Zarya need to worry for their lives.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the classic combo, right? Mid lane Renekton in the top lane. If they can snowball, it just feels very unstoppable. But as you said, still something that they need to do. It's on G7 to be able to make something happen over there in the top lane.
Yeah.
And Stipo, if he can become a solid rock, if he can manage to make it through and survive, and he's been really good on the Shen so far. Every time I see him on it, he's winning lane. He's ended up doing so many plays for his team across the map. And wait, what are you?
Wait, what? It's Xin Zhao. No, okay. Yeah, what? I was...
What happened?
They picked Xin Zhao in the top lane.
All right.
I was thinking, what did they miss? Yeah, they missed.
All right, guys. So sorry, a bit of a
G7.
mistake for from G7 and when picking the champions. But we're all right. We're talking back. We're going back into this. I thought there's a role swap and Shen was going mid lane. Not gonna lie. After you acted like that, but it's just a mistake from G7. Nothing too big to worry about, guys. We're gonna get back into it soon. Now, looking at these two compositions, who do you think is gonna win out, TDS?
It's a snowball heavy composition against a team fighting composition, pretty much. I am much more of the belief that team fighting is better, not because it's just not because of a preference or anything, but because it's not depending on making mistakes. And the game is volatile enough that if you make one mistake as a snowballing composition, you can pretty much lose the game based on that. So
Yeah.
though I think that G7 can pull off this kind of composition, and I think that they are one of the most couple teams at pulling these kind of things. CVP is also really good at pulling the team fighting composition based on what we saw in the first game. So I think CVP drafted really well for their comfort, and come mid game, if they are not in a huge deficit, they can win team fights with the Kennen, with the Jarvan, with the Rakan, with the Saya as well, even if she's not that strong. Especially because I think that it's going to be lethality Saya once again, and she gets a lot of burst damage out of that. So I can see CVP winning this game with this composition.
I think Tati Sai will also get a lot more value out of her items because, you know, there's not really... Excuse me, I had to sneeze there. But there's not really a dedicated tank
Yeah,
For the side of G7 as well. Renekton, of course, probably going to end up being the most tanky member. The Aftershock on the Lysandra will make her a bit tanky as well, but not going to be relying items on that one. Nidalee, Ezreal Pike, definitely vulnerable to the lethality that Saya can pull out. So, something we do have to take note of. And, well, so you would favor CPP in this regard,
I
TDS?
overall think CPP has a better composition, but one thing that I do gotta say, it's the early game. It's
Mm.
going to be crucial, obviously. And one thing that the side of G7 does have that I think I mentioned is control over mid lane and top lane. I think Renekton should get the push, if I'm not wrong. I'm not a top laner, but I'm pretty sure Renekton should be able to get the push against the Shen. Like, Shen survived, but he's not going to get punished by the Renekton a lot unless he misplays. But Renekton should be able to consistently get the push, which means that Nidalee has avenues in the top side to try and get into Jarvan's jungler, try and steal camps, and try and be as oppressive as possible. And that's something that the Nidalee wants to do. So if they are able to utilize that aggressive early game that they have in those two lanes and in the jungle to get the Nidalee as far ahead as possible, then I can see that G7 just snowballing out of control.
Honestly, I'm
Especially
also
if Habib
yeah.
also moves around. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm also expecting some level 1 shenanigans, honestly, from G7. Especially since they have the snowball comp and they have really nothing to lose and everything to
Yeah.
gain if they decide to go for a level 1 play. Hopefully, it won't be as weird as the level 1 play that we saw in the last one where CPP attempted something, but unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But anyway, guys, we will be back. Well, we'll be back after a short break. But you know what? TDS? If there's one thing I learned in Worlds is that the team that goes 2-1 ends up losing the series. So whoever runs it the next game will win out. Anyway, we will be we will be right back after a short break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We will have game 3 between G7 and Cosa Pasta Pirates.
Am I breaking through? You feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? You feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? You feel me too? I still wanna run to you. Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through? Am I breaking through?
Hello, everyone. We are back in the grand final for Runeterra Academy. Here in the senior division, we've got a 1-1 scoreline, a series on our hands, and everything that other casters say, and also a level 1
Look at
play, but
that.
it looks like it's going to be from the side of Ghost. No, rather, it's going to be from the side of G7. They're going to go for something
Oh,
immediately. A hook coming from Havoc to get something back, but Sifo just manages to taunt away. Well played from him to get out of that. So, flashless Pike coming in. But it
yeah,
looks
it
like
is
they
a
may not give
flash
up.
from Pike.
Oh wait,
They
here
want to
comes the
stop the
spear.
back.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh, Stifo, he's
I
in a
like
lot of
this a lot.
trouble. I
One
think they can
more.
use the Mystic Shot as well if they want to. Oh my gosh, they're just getting him again and again. That's
I
so
think
much
this is
damage.
great for G7. Like if they can stop another, yeah. Like I'm sorry
Oh,
for Steve, like, but this is great for G7 to stop the potential back from Steve, meaning that he either goes late into lane if he decides to back, goes with low health with which is not ideal, or teleports back into the lane so early on. So any of those situations, it's horrible for him, and it's great for Renekton. Also, a small thing, uh, the Ezreal started with Tear, so he has at least 6 stacks of mana. Really good for him as well.
oh yeah, already starting to sorry, coming off the gates
Yeah.
running. I think that's the expression. I think I may have butchered it, but anyway, we are into this early game right now with junglers starting, and it looks like it's going to be an invade coming in from Benefactor Sam to try and get something back after that. Another problem going to the top lane that we've seen so far in this series. Last time it was Hecate that ended up losing out on a summoner spell. Sifo still
Yep.
managed to keep his, but it's still a big advantage for Necton to get this early level as right now Fierce Doctor's making sure. Okay, that was a close
Would have
one. They
been
realized they
so
realized
hard to
that
deal
Pike
with
was
that.
right there. They realized that Pike was right there, so no dramas whatsoever with taking that red buff, but it's going to be a counter engage. So we have a split map situation on our hands, TDS.
Yeah, and makes complete sense. The Nidalee, like we talked about, is the Nidalee wants to focus on topside. I was expecting the Nidalee to path topside from its starting bot, but with what happened early on in the game, it just makes sense that she just stays topside and tries and goes for the play. Especially because Stevo has a flash, yes, but one of the things that these two champions can do is dive. Even though the Shen is a tank, it's risky to try and stay there in case they do go for the dive, which Renekton nearly can pull off. I'm not sure if G7 wants to go for this, but it's a potential that I can see happening.
Yep. I mean, at least the wave is really pushed in right now, but I don't think it's gonna be big enough. I think Nidalee just wants to continue to farm up and be a bit of a bigger threat here in this early game right now. Possibly go for a snowball play later, maybe
Oh,
even go for a gank onto this mid lane, where despite okay, Benefactor Sam coming in along with Havoc trying to get something back, but it's not going to be available for him. And looks like there will be a gank in the mid lane. There's still a lot of CC onto Lysandra. It may not be as guaranteed as a point and click from Renekton, but it is going to be there. Stifo tries to go in
oh,
for a trade. Here in the top lane, Spirit Refuge
great
will
trade.
prevent anything from too much from happening. And there we go. I mean, it's an even trade all around. Good answer back from Hecate.
Yeah, Heki played that trade really well, and also the fact that now he got so much health out of. Now it's a potential from the Nidalee. The Nidalee, they may think that the Nidalee is not close by its top lane just because of
Going,
what happened away.
able
Vertically.
to get the stun
Oh
off.
no!
Yeah, well played by Stifo, but Besterl, he's gonna keep going, but he's gonna get hit
He
by the
has a
tower as
red
well.
buff.
The burn allowed him to get the taunt. Made sure the tower's going for him, and Kyuki has to teleport up to make sure his top laner ends up staying safe. But that's the one thing about the Renekton and Shen
Oh,
matchup that could go in Shen's favor is the fact that if he times
look
it
at
right, the
Nidalee.
Spirit Refuge just completely stops. Like Yuki, he's trying to go for more here, but Furious Doctor is here for backup as well. Besterl, I think he had bit off a bit more than he can chew. They're trying to
Oh,
go
he's
for
gonna
him.
collapse.
As we talk, the collapse may end up happening.
It's
Still
okay.
City Warrior as well, trying to get
Oh,
out. Benefactor Sam is continuing with the chase, but here comes Havoc to try and answer something back. A chaotic early game so far. With every team, no kills have happened yet, but it's being a back and forth right now with regards to map
yeah.
control, with regards to people invading.
Yeah, and with that, with all that is happening, it's a 500 gold lead for the side. Oh well, and now it's less. It's a 300 gold lead for the side of G7. But trying to go for the early game, the early plays to try and pull off this composition, and it's expected because they have a snowballing position. They need to pull these kind of things because if not, they will not get the lead that they need. But I think that, like in the first game, CPP doing really nice things to stop any potential bleeding from happening. Even though there's not much bad things that have happened to them, they are not giving even the chance to G7 to get anything rolling.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. G7, they have to get things rolling. That's the thing. If they want to be able to get ahead and end up winning this game. But we'll see. The early game is still yet to be played. Best Turtle on the Nidley still yet to find anything so far in the top lane. I think they would have gotten a kill onto Stifo if it wasn't for the Spirit Refuge. But meanwhile, already the dragon being picked up by the side of Cosa Pasta, and that's really huge. The fact that you're able to get that objective means the dragon stacking may not be even on the table for the side of G7.
Yeah, but I think that G7 kind of plays around that because they did draft a lot for topside focus with the Renekton nearly. So even though this rate that you're saying it's important to stop any stacking potential, I think that G7 was already playing with that in mind, trying to just snowball out of control and not depending on the dragon.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. Probably gonna go for the Herald play then, as Best Turtle is here on the bot side. Possibly gonna go for an invade to try and find something back. I will at least get the Skull Crab for himself. But yeah, this early game so far, it's just been G7 trying more and more things, and it's just been good, solid answers so far from the side of Cosa Pasta.
Yeah, and with the best turtles he being down there, currently now Steve is happy. He's not getting pressured. Yes, he's down in CS, but this I think expected in this kind of matchup. He just needs to be able to farm, survive, and use a Stand United whenever there's a play potential. That's it. That's all you need to do. As long as the Renekton doesn't get any kills, doesn't get anything of value, you're doing your job perfectly. Also, a quick thing that I just noticed: Steel City Warrior is running Predator again. I like
Oh,
that Predator is becoming a much more stable rune, but you need to use it out of lane, right? Like it cannot be just you staying in lane and not doing anything with that. Oh,
oh wait, Fierce Doctor, he got caught
that's
out,
okay.
but okay, he's just gonna make it out with the grand entrance. So no, 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 no dramas there. But I thought that was gonna end up being something. Not gonna lie.
It
So the
was
invade
it was
in-
nice to see.
invade breaks out, and it looks like the side of Jervin will be hurting a bit for his buffs. Stun comes out to Stifo, and Hecate Mask Off continue to win out on the trade so far. Continue to win out on the lane, but yeah, there's a bit of a timer on this. The Renekton is only gonna be strong for so long. Even though in the late game he becomes kind of a W bot, trying to get on top of priority target and stunning them. Even then, it might not be enough. So
There's a lot of
far,
CC for him.
yeah, that's true. There's a lot of CC for him to make sure he doesn't get into the back lane as well. There's the cannon. There's Jervin. There's the grand
Rakan.
entrance coming from the Rakan. There's the
Even
quickness as
Saya.
well. Even Saya has CC to keep herself safe, and the Feather Storm to make
Wait,
herself untargetable.
I just noticed she also has exhaust as well, so she can survive at the. She can also just
It's
deny the burst potential. So this is really important that G7 gets the roll bowling soon enough. It's still pre 10 minutes, so I can give them a little bit of leeway here, but they need to get the roll bowling soon because if not, it's going to be really hard for them.
yeah, definitely. Stifo in the top lane though still continues to survive well enough. But as we said, the ball needs to be rolled, and so far G7 have been stemmed. They have been held back. They have been stopped. But here comes the Ref Herald take. This might be the avenue for them to get something and to get something back and start the snowball that would end up becoming an avalanche. We have yet to see anything really good coming out of them so far in this game, though. But it's just the combo for the storm, right? Before all the action happens, which should be
That's what you
happening
need
pretty
to
soon.
expect. That's what we expect. That's what we want. That's what we hope. Because if not, it's going to be a quiet game until the team fighting section.
That's true. I mean, we could always just go into podcast mode if ever.
You
Do you watch
can
Arcane
begin
TDS?
something.
Ah,
No.
okay. Wait, never mind. Here's a trade going on
Yeah.
in the top lane. All right, stand up and Sifo still gonna survive. I'm still
It's
waiting
okay. He's
until
a
all the
Shen.
episodes are released before I watch it.
Yeah,
Hopefully,
I
chat
wasn't
have
even
this
planning
same
to see
mind.
it, so it's okay.
Really? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, like wait, something.
Oh, flash immediately by Stifo, making sure. But there's the there's a plate going down. Kyuki's here in response. Always there to back up his top laner when needed. And
Yeah,
it's not like he's losing much in the mid lane anyway either. So still good for him.
he's
It's
ahead in
still
CS.
yeah, he's still ahead in CS. So still pretty good for Cosa Paso. We're keeping things super even. Only a 700 gold lead for the side of G7.
Sad for Stipo, he does lose his flash, but it's a preemptive flash that now means that Nidalee cannot achieve that much. He's already out of position. Although Bike is roaming up, so maybe we see a play coming onto the top side. Also, another thing I didn't mention, Bike has a Predator as well.
That's everyone running Predators. There's something high elo
Oh,
players are doing that we don't know about. Oh
the
wait.
thing is, Predator is really good. I
Oh
do
no.
think the Predator is good. But here comes the 3-4 man dive.
Yep.
because
Okay, Spirit Trap is used. They're not using the stun onto
no.
him just yet. Immediately, there we go. Stunned up. Stifo, he's just going to get taken down. First Blood going over to the Pike, and he's going to be sharing that gold using his passive to the rest of his team. And the Rift Herald is currently attacking the minions.
I was going to mention that. That is so hilarious. But they get the turret anyway. It's okay.
All right. Just a bit of comedy there. Entertainment for the viewers. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
G7, they like to play for the content. But they're gonna get the first tower for themselves as well. So this is the first big lead that they're able to get. And
Yeah.
the second dragon though is a response. So the cross map play coming from the side of Cosa Pasta to try and answer now the lead, the bigger lead that G7 have for themselves. Maelstrom used immediately onto Steel City Warrior, who has to use the Frozen Tomb on himself to get back some health. And Benefactor Sam just going in immediately. Cataclysm. Will he manage to get something? Oh no!
doesn't.
The W just managed to freeze him up, and he's not gonna be able to get something back. But Kyuki ends
he
up
does
finishing
get
the
it.
kill for himself. Hecate Mask off. Is he actually gonna survive?
didn't die.
The dive immediately onto Stifo in the top lane, and that's another tower going down. Even more gold going into the hands of G7.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't understand why G7 didn't try to respond with that play onto the top side instead of going for the mid lane. Like, just back, go into that play with a Rakan, with a cannon that can come from a flank because there's not that much vision that can spot him, and you just pile your ultimates on top of them. They had to commit previously a lot of things to try and go for that play, so I think that just committing to the fight there could have been a good idea for G7, but they do get the kill onto the Lissandra at least. They get the Shen, yes, dies, but it's not the worst situation, so teleport.
Oh, here comes teleport. Yeah, I'm
There's
Rob
no
may be in
ultimate here,
trouble
though.
here, and here's the exhaust, and I think I'm
Yeah,
Rob
he's
is
out.
just dead. The teleport is being used to as a response. So, wait,
Oh,
they're not gonna
counter
give this up
teleport?
yet. Two teleports used immediately. The Zonias and the Stand United Juice as well. There are more men here for the side of Coast Pasta, and they're gonna end up cleaning things up. Hecate Mask off has to try and get away. Stifo might not let them. Here comes the hook on top of
nice
him.
spirits.
They're trying to go for the dive, but it's not gonna be. It's gonna be called off. Oh wait, that's a lot of damage! Immediately!
Are you
Oh
sure?
no! That was a really big mistake from Havoc, trying to taunt his opponents and ends up losing his life for it.
Okay. Nidalee is here. I don't think Nidalee will try and do anything, but just like that, the gold lead from G7 is evaporating slowly. With this turret, it shouldn't be much more than... Yeah, it's nothing. It's not more than 500 gold. So everything that they did correctly in the top side gets completely cancelled out by this play in the bot lane. And I really like Kyuki's teleport. It's an aggressive teleport. He does a lot of damage, so it's a great play. But I don't know why G7 is censoring back here. You don't need to go for this kind of play with a teleport, especially not knowing where the rest of the members are. And now you put yourself back into step one because now you're completely out of. You don't have the gold lead that you had. The Renekton, hopefully, luckily he didn't die, but Lissandra died, Ezreal died, Pike died. If Nidalee or Renekton died, then it would have been the worst of situations. But to be able to stabilize a little bit of things, even though they lose a couple of plates, it's still a good situation for them. Ouch.
Yep. And that's a lot of damage onto the Pike. Has to watch out from the lethality. The clip's already finished for Indigo. Something to take note of. No mythic yet for I'm Rob though. I'm probably waiting until he's able to get that more mana before he picks something up. I think it
Is
will
he
be
going-
the Divine Thunder. It looks like.
Yeah, I think he's going for Divine Thunder. Like, it's probably that because of Jarvan and Shen.
Yeah,
Oh,
I agree.
wait.
I think it's probably the better play in this regard as Bestero OCE, he just got found out and he's just gonna get taken down. Kyuki on a rampage already. Cataclysm used as well. But Benefactor Sam not gonna be able to catch anyone. But Kyuki is just he's just finding the right opportunities. Either that or the
Yeah.
opportunities are falling into his lap.
I
I'm
feel
not
like
sure
it's
which
much
one
more
it
so
is.
I would go much more for the second one because Nidalee was ambition before she went onto that try push, then go or trying to play around that, but there was vision, so Yuki knew about that 100%. And as soon as she saw the Nidalee immediate ultimate, Nidalee is dead. She even tried to, I think she even flashed and failed. So it's just great news for the side of Cosa Pasta. They're able to slow down the game. They are not losing that much. Shen is free farming on top lane. So everything kind of falling into position for them. And now G7 needs to once again get the ball rolling with Renekton, with Nidalee, with something. Because if not, this game is going to become harder and harder for them.
Yep, it's gonna get. I mean, it's gonna get even harder with things like that happening. The gold rate is still in favor of G7. I didn't realize the EDG was. Oh, that's a cool thing by Riot. The
What?
EDG logo is on top of the Summoner's Cup here in the top lane. Hey, congrats to EDG. Anyway, we have our own competition
What?
to worry about, TDS. Look on
Yeah,
the top
what?
lane.
What? No, I'm looking at it. There's nothing.
Huh? It's right there. Next to the bush on top lane, where the ward is.
Yeah, no, I see the cup. There's nothing.
I see EDG's logo right here.
I
Maybe.
Wookie, please.
Okay.
Is there something there?
All right.
Okay.
All
Yeah.
right. Only TDS is bug. Congrats to EDG for winning the worlds. Anyway, we need to save our congratulations also for the team who is gonna end up winning this series. And right now it's looking like Cosa Pasta are gonna bring us to a game 4 with advantage to them with regards to the scoreline, as now both teams are starting to go over and posture over the pit. Stan United
There is
already up on
smoke.
Stifo. There's the poke, and
Oh
here
my-
comes Yuki. Immediately goes in and deletes the pike from the rest of the map. The Stan United's used as well, but lots of damage onto Fierce
Oh.
Doctor in response, and a big true shot
Okay,
barrage
Vasco.
onto the backline as they are in the choke point. I'm Rob. He's getting more and more damage. Then another spear connects onto Benefactor Sam and flash in from I'm Rob.
Oh,
He's not
Yuki-
afraid. He's
Yuki's
gonna go
dead.
for more. Yuki just gonna end up getting taken down. I'm Rob cleaning things up for the side of G7. They're gonna keep going. Indigo, he's not gonna be long for this world. Flash up. Benefactor Sam trying to get away. And it looks like I'm Rob just gonna keep chasing, and he's gonna end up getting the kill. And that was an ace win team fight for G7. I'm Rob showing what he's made of.
Yeah, and why is Cosa Pasta wanting to play into what the side of G7 wants to do? Like the start engage, okay, I can see it. Okay, it's great. You kill Pike. Disengage. You don't need to keep on committing because you already used almost everything. You need to rearrange yourself so that you can get value. But committing way too hard, Renekton, Core Drinker, Dominus combo into Q just kills everything, every little bit of damage down. And because the side wasn't close, which has the exhaust, that damage actually is meaningful. Also, Ezreal and Rob with great positioning because he wasn't threatened at all in that fight. I think that he just calmly and collective. In a calm and collected manner, just hit every Q that he could. He wasn't threatened. He wasn't at risk. The cannon, after using the ultimate, cannot put the threat onto the Ezreal. So it was just an easy team fight for him.
Yep, and they were in a
Also-
choke point. Everyone got hit by the true shot barrage.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was,
Like that is awful. Like it's awful for Cosa Pasta. Great for G7 that team fight, and that puts them back in the gold lead with 4,000 gold in their favor. They get the Drake as well. It's not the most important of Drakes because it is a Cloud Drake, but it's still a nice lead for them again. And also, quick thing, I hate this itemization by Steve-O. I don't know why he's going for the camp tank. Like you
Yeah,
don't
I was
need to
wondering about
engage.
that.
You don't need to follow anyone. You don't need to force an engage. You need to survive long enough. Like you need the slows. You need the I think it's Fire Fist, Frozen Fist. I'm not sure.
Fire Frost Gauntlet. Frostfire Gauntlet.
Frostfire Gauntlet. Yeah, it's
okay.
he needs that to get the slow, but also because it's pretty much champions that will go onto him on top of him. So getting that slow that the Frostfire can provide, it's much more valuable than anything this item gives.
Oh, Indigo
nice.
made me in trouble. Never mind.
No,
He's
it's
gonna be able to survive. Getting hit by the true shot barrage though, that's still a lot of damage. So the back timer was stopped. Gonna be definitely annoying. And Kyuki though in the top side, gonna be in a lot
Kyuki.
of trouble. Has to use his
Oh.
ultimate to try to get away, but he gets stunned up.
He's
Stan
dead.
United is here. Havoc is here as well to make sure nothing goes
Okay,
under eye. But
actually-
Shen is completely gone. He got stopped immediately by Renekton. Hackett manages to stop and get the kill, but will he manage to survive is the big question. 2v1 situation
think he
for
failed
him
the
at
jump.
the moment. Yeah, no, he failed the jump
Oh.
again. He was a bit too far, but you know what? It's still gonna be the important objective going over to the side of G7. So I think well worth the trade.
Yeah, one good thing for CVP is that they get the shutdown of the Renekton, is something that the Kennen didn't have because he died previously. But like you're saying, they do get the second Herald. If they can use it to now push even farther into the base, ideally if they could break the base, that would be great. But if as long as they break the second tier mid lane turret, then they can at least be a much bigger threat for the side of Cosa Pasta.
Yep, definitely. Kill score now even up, but the gold lead still so
Ouch.
much in favor of the side of G7 as Nidalee is starting to hurt a lot, and G7 starting to come out ahead when it comes to tempo, when it comes to map control. They own the
Yeah.
map currently, and the amount of poke they have is gonna be dangerous for the side of Cosa Pasta
Also-
to deal with.
Indigo not going for the Manamune. I'm not sure if he understands that this build works with Manamune. Like The idea of the flattery is because the mana gives you so much damage and
He
so
went
much
for
extra mana. So
he went for
I'm surprised
Manamune
not seeing it.
in the first game. So yeah, I'm surprised as
No,
well
but it was
because
I'm Rob. So it was
oh
I'm
wait.
Rob that went. Yeah, I'm Rob. I'm Rob was the one
Oh
playing the Saya in the first game.
yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. It was I'm Rob who was playing. But this time G7 well, I'm not sure why Indigo is not going
Oh,
said to go for that build anyway. Skyuki in trouble again. But Benefactor Sam is here. I'm Rob is here for backup as well. As the rest of the team trying to collapse. Meanwhile, it's gonna be Havoc trying to just be annoying right now. Stifo maybe in lots of trouble. Has to use his taunt to get away. Here comes the hook. It
it's
just
okay.
goes wide. So Stifo
He's
gonna live to see
fine.
another day. Meanwhile, on the top side, nothing came off the collapse either. So things still calm between the two teams. As Jarvan is here. Kyuki might be threatening something.
There's no chance they dive this. There's no chance. They have the turret up. The turret is out. They have Alessandra that has ultimate, and they don't know where the rest of the team is. So there's no chance they go for this. But the game has stabilized again. It's probably going to be a fight in the next 30 seconds for the Herald, for the Dragon. I mean,
Do you hear something, TDS?
yeah, yeah. I'm not sure what it is.
All right, there we go. Wookie, I'm not sure what that was, but it was bleeding into my ears.
I was thinking, what is that? Why are we hearing politics or something like that in a League of Legends game?
Or here's the politics for you. Kyuki trying to go in and get something, trying to conquer this part of the map. Fortunately, not gonna be able to do it. Not gonna be able to get anything, and that's a big spear. Going on to Fierce Doctor, literally a tomahawk missile. Is this Nidalee spears at the moment? Nothing really can tank them up. Maybe Benefactor Sam, along with Stifo. But here we go, 4v5 right now with San United should be coming up and stolen by Nidalee immediately. Here comes the rest of the team though. Big ultimate, but here we go. The rest of the team just not able to do enough damage. I'm Rob is just free to do what he wants
they
into the
lose
back
this
line.
100%.
He's just gonna clean this up. Stifo in a lot of trouble as G7 come away with the team fight win for themselves. Stifo, he's just gonna get taken down right now. I don't think he's gonna be long for this road. Bester OCE cleaning that up and immediately pinging towards the Baron.
Yeah, what a great team fight by G7. What a great Drake secured by G7 by Best C. And what a horrible team fight by CPP. That was one of the worst team fights I've seen from in a long time. Like, that was so badly played. They tried to force an engage with the Jarvan, which I don't mind if the cannon is already going in. If you have the Shen ultimate on top of you. But the follow-up was really late. Like, if you see the fight, Jarvan goes in before everyone else is ready to go in. So it's a lone champion trying to force a commitment when there's three champions that can follow you up but are not ready at all. Oh, that is a nice kill. Unlucky for Havoc, but that is the damage that you get with lethality. But
Yeah.
it matter. They get the Baron buff. They still have Baron buff. They have a Nidalee and a Renekton that are super strong. And if that you look at that fight was actually closer than it looked like because Renekton almost died. Nidalee had to use Stone just immediately, and Indigo, I think that played that as well as he could, even though he got collapsed by the Saya, by the Lissandra. If they kill Renekton at the start of that, they probably can just keep on running the team fight after that. But because they played so disjointedly, it was such a bad fight and they couldn't win at the end.
Yeah, unfortunate. And now it's gonna be the Cloud Soul stacking up for the side of G7, who are getting stronger and stronger. Their Cloud was put down. I don't think they had any time to put it down closer to
Yeah,
the
it's
tower.
probably
So
because it's done.
it's probably just gonna go down. I don't think they're gonna be able to protect it. As I'm Rob might be in lots of
Oh,
trouble. He
Rob.
just immediately bounced upon, immediately
They
taken down.
cannot
But
get the
all the
kill.
suits, all the stuns, he's still alive.
They
He's still
cannot get the kill.
surviving. The San United is used onto Kyuki to try and make something out of this fight. But Bester OC gonna follow up. Hecate mask off. Is continuing to be strong. He is an absolute monster at this point. Godzilla
Indigo.
has arrived, and it's gonna be the
Ouch.
two-shot barrage taking the enemy ADC down. Indigo, not be long this world, sent to the fountain as Ezreal is continuing to push into the mid lane. They're going to go for the follow-up. Everfrost use ends up missing, but Bestial OC should be able to finish this one off. Sifo gets the taunt and gets the shutdown, so still something there, but the Q on Lysandra finishes him off. Ezreal continuing to push, and he has the Baron empowered minions as well. So there should be two inhibitor towers going over to the side of G7.
Yeah, I think it's probably just one inhibitor going down and two inhibitor turrets. Although, wait, Jarvan is here now.
Yeah, they're going for more Kyuki.
Okay, the inhibitor does fall.
Yeah, Steel City Warrior, he immediately has to flash away. The burn from the red buff, it's not gonna be enough. Barely gonna be able to make it out. Hecate Mask off. Okay, the auto attack from auto attack with the Grand Entrance should be able to finish things off. But here comes Havoc. Gonna get the stun. He's gonna get the kill. Hecate Mask off, continuing to get stronger and stronger. Saved by the support, and G7 in such a commanding position right now with the inhibitor down as well. Everything going in their favor, man. 12,000 gold lead. Look at this.
They are past the 10,000 gold lead. They are super strong. They win team fights so convincingly. And once again, the attempt is okay, but they are so distracted. You saw when the Shen ultimate came in. It was when everything was already over. The Kennen had already used ultimate. They were disengaging. The Jarvan was trying to kill someone, and you can go for those engages. It's okay, but you need to have the back of your team, because if not, this is what happens. The disengage from G7 is perfectly done. The Rob is in such a safe spot. He's so far ahead. He's an Ezreal. He even has QSS. So he can just run away, survive, and then the re-engage from the team destroys everyone. The Renekton is so far ahead that he just needs to appear in a team fight, and because everything was already committed onto the Ezreal, he doesn't need to worry about anything. He just kills everyone else.
Yeah,
CPP really needs to understand their timings, because they are fighting so wrongly so many times, trying to force without actually understanding how they need to fight.
yeah, it's a bit of a problem right now, as G7 are running away with this game. Even though they didn't have the best of early games, that the snowball potential, it looked like it got stifled, right? It looked like CPP were just on the way to outscaling their opponents, but unfortunately, a few missteps in the team fights for them ended up with this massive gold deficit. Already nearly a 13,000 gold lead. Fierce Doctor in a lot of trouble. Usually he's just gonna get out of there. And zoning the enemy team off, and that should be the third Cloud Drake going over to the side of G7 as well.
Yeah, this should be uncontested. Also, look at Ezreal's level difference. He's level 16 to level 15 Kyuki, level 14 Indigo, level 12 Benefactor Sam, and level 15 Steeple. The Ezreal is the highest level in the game, because he hasn't need to do anything. He's just been farming, and whenever the fight goes to him, okay, I'll join in and fight. But he hasn't done anything important that legitimately matters in the game, apart from just dealing damage.
I mean, that's the job, right? Deal damage, that's the whole point.
I mean, most of the time you see the carries being there. What I try to mean is not to discredit him, it's just to say that he has had such an easy time in this game. He hasn't had to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'm Rob. Whenever they tried to target him, he survived. When they don't target him, he's just free firing away with the mystic shots,
So
doing
he
so
has
much.
had the freest of games.
Yeah, basically right now they try to overextend. All right, the rest of the time trying to get on top. Cataclysm used as well. He can't flash out of this one.
Flash.
The shutdown onto the Ezreal. This time it's not gonna be enough. Steel City Warrior onto the back line, trying to get something back. Zhonya's used. Frozen Tomb not gonna be used as well. And here we go. This time it's CPP actually coming away with the win after actually finishing Rob off.
He'll manage
to possibly get away. Looks like Stefo is gonna try and continue the chase, but he should be fine here.
Yeah,
as Slice and Dice, just manages to get away. So CCPP this time, they're actually able to respond after catching out. I'm Rob.
See how great it is when you actually have and can play your composition how it's supposed to be. Oh wait,
there's no
way. Is here alone?
Oh my
wait,
gosh.
actually,
there's no way.
There's no
there's no way. There's no way Havoc decides to go for a solo kill right then and there. Just ends up being annoying for the team. But yeah, that was a good win by CPP.
But yeah, going back to point, like, it's so easy for them when they actually commit as a team to fight, because Jarvan goes in, Shen goes in, Kennen goes in. When those three go in, the team fight actually works out. So you just need to be able to do these kinds of engages as a team, not alone, because alone they can get answered really easily. Also, it was important the fact that the Ezreal didn't have flash, so I do gotta say that next time it's going to be way harder to go for the Ezreal, but you can go on to other targets to kill and just leave the Ezreal for the end. That is also an option. Baron is tapped now, so it's going to be the next objective to focus on.
TDS, there's one thing a QSS can't stop, and that's getting trapped by terrain. So, unfortunately, even though he had the anti-CC ring, he just couldn't get out of that situation. But now he probably can. He has his flash. Only thing is if he gets punished. If they manage to burn it before the team fight happens, as I'm Rob playing with danger right now. They're going for him to pick the fuse. Here comes the flash as well, making sure he gets out of that. The teleport coming in from direction. Who's gonna get really strong? Big Two-shot barrage and Kyuki, he's just gonna end up isolated and taken down. I'm Rob finishing that one off. This time he has the flash and he's able to get away.
Once again, they go for a bad engage in a bad situation when nobody is ready to answer. Furious Doctor commits way too heavily for that onto the S-roll. The target that can escape easy. So it just gets completely punished, and the Baron should be easily secured. Like, there's no chance that they can answer this.
Oh, wait, there we
Furious
go.
Doctor sees that.
Oh, Havoc trying to get a solo kill onto his counterpart support. Two-shot barrage, use Manufacturer's Time, trying to get something back,
Yeah,
but no,
nice
not able to
chat,
get the
nice attempt.
steal. It was a good attempt from him to try and stave off the ending of this game as Havoc continues to try and go for the
Havoc.
chase. Indigo is here though.
He's dead.
I think
No,
yeah, he's dead. I
Havoc.
think Havoc is overextended. I think he was just trying to peel himself right there, but unfortunately just ends up getting punished. So no Baron buff for him, but you know what? I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things.
Well, maybe it does because the game isn't over yet, and one thing that I do give the competition from CPP is they have better skilling. So as long as the game goes on eternally, they can win the game. The problem is that they needed to go farther, and also the thing with Saya is that this build also is less scaly in comparison to the other builds from Saya. So she needs to be careful as well about how she plays this game because it's a lot of poke focus. It's a lot of what is called execution focus, and so you need to be careful about how you play. But as long as you get to 6 items level 18, it's not going to matter, right?
Yeah, I have no idea what you mean. I've never seen a team come back from a 11,000 deficit as an LPL watcher.
Never.
Excuse me.
It actually what? That is fake. That is so fake. EDG was victim of that.
I know. There we go. Benefactors I'm getting hooked up right now. And here, this could be the chance for CPP to turn things around in this next
There's
team
so much
fight. This is
poke
going to
here.
be the Cloud Soul coming up in a few seconds. But all the poke from I'm Rob. He's extremely strong right now. Serelda's Grudge
Italy.
also completed on him. I mean, they needed to snowball and they did. So now they're at the point where they're extremely strong. Oh wait, this time he's just defending to go in. Cataclysm used immediately. Hecate pass off though. Onto the back line. Indigo in a lot of trouble. Has to use the Feather Storm to try and get out. Here comes the Maelstrom to try and get
Hecate
something
Mask
done.
is alive.
Stifo trying
It's
to get
done.
onto the back line. Steel City Warrior will end up killing Benefactor
Well-
Sam and Kyuki. And in the end, it's gonna be just the cleanup for the side of G7. Only Indigo remaining. He's not gonna be long for this world. And it looks like this might end up being the team fight win for the side of
And the
G7.
game.
They will get the soul, and it looks like they may just end the game with the death timers being way too long at this point.
Yep, it is a team fight loss. It is 32 minutes. It is long death timers and an open inhibitor, 2 open inhibitors at that.
And
the
the
way
Baron
he's
buff.
pushing, they have Baron buff. It should be game over. And great team fighting by G7 Mirage. I gotta say, I think that they had a team fight composition. They had the snowballing composition, but they didn't win through a snowballing. They won through better team fighting than the side of Cosa Pasta. They outplayed every team fight that Cosa Pasta wanted to do. I do gotta say a lot of mistakes from Cosa Pasta because I think that they played most team fights really badly, disjointed, not trying to go committed, and at the end trying to go for the team fight in the Dragon Pit. I think that it's really hard to execute this time around, especially because they got poked out so heavily before the fight even go through, and then they try to overcommit at that point. Like I can understand not wanting to give away the soul, but it is the Cloud Soul. Like it's not a game-defining
Yeah.
soul, much less a super valuable soul. Like it is bad because it's movement speed and cooldown reduction, but you're not going to lose the game based on that. But they did lose the game because of the team fight that they ended up forcing and losing. So
Yep.
great answer by G7. Does this mean that Cosa is now champion because of the 2-1 curse?
Yeah, obviously. It means Cosa are gonna end up winning the series. We're gonna go to game 5 after this, after Cosa wins the next one. We'll see, you know. Looking at the damage graph though, I mean, I'm Rob, he definitely did his job. Kyuki was up there as well, but unfortunately wasn't able to bring it over the line. And Gage just kind of falling short. I don't know, as a Kennen, what do you think about when you think about Kennen, Kyuki's performance, right? You want to be going onto the flank. You want to
The
be
start
going
is
from the
good.
back.
Yeah, the problem with Kyuki is that or not with Kyuki, with Kennen in this particular game was that the Kennen was trying to start fights, and that's not how it should be. Like we saw
Yeah.
a really good example of that when they were protecting the bottom lane inhibitor turret, where the Jarvan engages with the Shen on top of him. They buy the space for the cannon, and then you go with Maelstrom. Then you can win the fight because Kennen is untouched. He's untouched without an exhaust on top of him. He goes in, he gets the value of him. But most of these fights where Kennen is starting the fight, and then the rest of the team trying to follow up, which that was a point as well from Cosa Pasta why they lost. The follow up from the team was awful. Most of the fights were so badly followed up. One engaged and the rest didn't follow up. There were really few cases where they actually committed well. But Kennen cannot be your primary initiator. That's
Yeah.
not why you draft Kennen, and that's not what you want to do, especially if you have a Rakan and a Jarvan already on your team.
Yeah.
So I think that there were just a lot of bad things mixed in with what Casa wanted to do in this competition, because it's not only the performance from some champions, but the itemization on some champions were really bad. Particularly Shen. I think that it was so. I don't know why he went for such a supportive route when he realistically just needs to be a mid or a mid ball in front. Like Poke would have been fine if he just stands in front of everyone, but
Mhm.
he was never there. So a lot of things that Cosa needs to look for, it needs to look to correct going into game 4.
Yep, and we'll see if they're gonna be able to make those corrections as they are right now on their back. Their backs are
Yeah.
against the wall. Tournament life on the line. If they don't win the next game, then they will be swept out, only getting second place in tournament after what seems like taking out one of the primary favorites of winning the whole thing, Akuma. They've gotten so far right now, and they have one more chance to even things out. Otherwise G7 will become the repeat champions of senior class. But guys, we will be back after a short break just to get a small breather for us and the players. Don't go anywhere. Oh, we're live. All right, welcome back, guys. Sorry, my
Great
mind
sound.
just blanked for a second there, TDS. But we are back here, getting ready to start up Game 4 between these two teams. It did end up being G7 that took away the win after some really stupendous team fighting from them. We didn't
Yeah.
expect them to win that way after they picked out their composition, but the fact that they were able to do it with some insane outplays, with some really good decision making, showed how good of a team they are. And now CPP find themselves on the back foot.
Yep, now CVP backs against the wall. They need to have a better answer this time around. G7 Mirage going back to blue side just as last game. We need to see what they do decide to go for, but they ban this time around the Pike and take instead the Karma. So interesting adaptation. I like Karma. I think that she's one of the most undervalued supports right now. Like, she is really powerful. She is a really nice enchanter support, and she can buff up your team so well. And she can also be playing in different positions. Like, it's not just support. You can go mid lane, top lane. So I really like this first pick. Now, how G7 does end up using it, it's going to be an interesting thing to see. And CPP answering with Aphelios and Thresh. Is it?
It should be. That's not bad.
Oh, it's a 20.
Yes, it's going to be such 20. I mean, even if they take away the Thresh, right, there still might be answers to it. Okay. Sorry, there's some banter from Havoc there. Of course there was. Of course there was some banter from Havoc.
Also,
anyway,
important to comment on, I told you I'm subbing in for Benefactor Stam, so CPP playing with a different jungler, still going for the Sejuani, and G7 going again for the Renekton.
I mean,
is it Renekton nearly once again?
It could be. I mean, it worked out really well last time, but will they be willing to go for it? Considering that, it is an Aphelios on the enemy side. And if they charge into an Aphelios, usually that ends up bad news for the people charging into the Aphelios.
Okay, Renekton Israel.
Yeah,
I'm okay with this. I'm okay with Renekton just because I still feel like G7 is a team that will pull off a flex pick here. So I'm okay with them taking the Renekton here, at least until I'm sure 100% that it's not that bad.
I mean, it's been fine so far in the hands of in the hands of Hackett. I mean, in the first game that they played it, you said they won in spite of it. In the last game, definitely Hackett contributed.
He was an important part. I still think that you can pull that off with another champion. But it was strong enough. Like, they did have control over top lane, and even though the snowball never happened effectively, he was a really nice cleanup champion in some sense. So I can see the value from G7, especially because if G7 can play him effectively once again, then I can understand why pick the Renekton. Now, I would have liked them to try and hold it as long as possible because the Shen was still open, and I think that Shen did a fine job even with everything that happened, because we need to remember that Shen was below 50% HP at level 1 and still was able to survive the lane long enough. Like, he didn't die until 4-man gang in the top lane. So I think that it was still a really dicey position that he was put into, and it could have been a really bad situation for G7 if CPP just plays that a little bit better. And looking at the bans now, 2 jungles taken away from the side of Pestorolosi in the form of Kindred and Lydia, and then also Thresh and Leona getting banned, which means that now what does CPP go for? I don't think Blitzcrank is the pick here, just because you're going to an Aphelios, but okay.
They just went for the pick there, though. I mean, talking about Chen a bit more, right? It was just the skill that Stifo has on the pick. It just showed in that last game, even though it's put at such a big deficit, he was still able to make something out of it and only died, as you said, after a 4-man gank. Now, Kayn possibly being picked up, definitely a good jungler. Definitely a good jungler. Less snowbally than Nidalee, of course, but definitely a lot better when it comes to the scaling.
And he did get buffed, so it can be a really nice pick. I really like this. I think Pestorolosi can pilot this really effectively, and I think that this game is probably going to be Red Kayn just because there's so much CC on the enemy team that as long as you can try and survive long enough, then it's going to be good. Because Blue Kayn, if he gets CC to death, then he can die quickly. But I leave it up to Pestorolosi. Now they need AP damage in the mid lane. So what does
Bard? No, I'm just.
What does Steel City Warrior go for? Oh, wait. Echo, okay.
All right. I'm like, look at Soraka. Both of us were just silent. Like, oh.
Would have been Karma Soraka.
You would have been counting yourself, I think, in the bot lane if you had picked Soraka.
I don't think that much. I think Soraka can be good. It is true that it's against a Blitzcrank, so it's kind of the hardest part.
I mean, you can play around it. You can play around the
But the
hook,
late
but
game,
it's still
the late
risky.
game from G7 with the Soraka Karma would have been monsters. Like they can win almost any fight, and Renekton can probably survive eternally. So it would have been risky, but it does pay off well enough. But they do go for the Echo. They were lacking a little bit on magic damage, so I can understand this. And now the Echo with the Renekton can threaten the Aphelios and Eevee in the backline if they are strong enough. The Renekton, Kayn, Echo can threaten the Aphelios backline. The problem is Karma, Ezreal are going to be left a little bit alone. But as long as they can deal poke damage and give shields to the team, I think that that's going to be good enough for them.
I think the problem though, CPP, they have put trenches in front of Aphelios right
Yeah.
now. There's a Sejuani, there's a Shen, there's a Blitzcrank, and there's an Anivia to slow them down if they try to go for the backline. So CPP, they have the tools needed to be able to win this game, definitely. And again, it's up to G7 to snowball this out. I feel, to make sure
100%.
Aphelios doesn't get too far ahead. Because if he does, he's just gonna lay waste from the backline like artillery in World War I.
Yeah, like 100%. CBB has a better late game right now. Like, there's no chance that Nivea and Aphelios just are late game monsters. And apart, if not for the Blitzcrank, I think that this composition would have been amazing for CBP. I would have liked someone like a Lulu to buff out the Aphelios or give the shields for the Aphelios, potentially would have been great. Or Morgana for the Black Shield so that you can protect the Aphelios from a potential just all-in engage with the Black Shield from NEC. And the immediate CC that she has. I think that those would have been better for the Aphelios, especially because now you also are not are not in a risky position to get completely destroyed in lane. But overall, I really like this CPP composition, really reminiscent to the first game composition, right? Apart from the fact that they don't have an enchanter in the form of Seraphine, it's still really similar to what they have in the first game.
Yeah, and this time they'll at least have more damage for themselves.
No, I don't think it is.
No way.
It's okay. I don't think it is.
Wait.
I don't think it is. It's okay.
Wait. It's still
I don't
Sivori
think-
going support and have.
I don't think it is.
There's no
I don't
way.
think it is. I think he just picked the Karma. And Havoc is going to pick the Echo, and then
They're
going
gonna
to
swap,
trade.
right? They're gonna swap, right?
Yeah,
They
that's
are.
what I hope. Like I'm pretty sure I haven't heard of any. Wait, actually, Echo support was talked about.
In your coaching, any of your coaching friends know about this pick?
No, I did see some pro players talking about the potential of Echo support being a thing, but I was just thinking it was because of a Mumu or because of Sylas. So maybe it's just trolling,
Some
but
countering the counters or something like that. Once you get
yeah,
into
like
the deep,
something like that.
deep
I
enough
don't
into the
think it's
rabbit
good.
hole.
I don't think it's good because you would be just a W bot. But I think it was talked about. I hope that it is just going to be traded.
What's happening? Come on, they're gonna trade it now, right? They are gonna trade it now. TDS.
I hope they do. Please.
Of
don't.
course, it's G7. Of course, come on.
It is G7. Like they would do this. It can also be just Havoc playing Echo mid lane and Karma and
Would they actually
CC
role
Warriors going
swap?
bot lane.
In this important
It can
game
be
in the grand
something as
final,
well.
they could decide to role swap. That would be very unexpected and might throw their opponents off guard, right? But we'll
Yeah,
see.
no, they're not trading.
Passing the 20-second mark, we're not seeing any trades. If they're trolling us, just trade at the last minute. I swear.
Just I don't think we have any rules with a time limit that they can trade on. So
Yeah, it's not.
so
We're not
that
like
can
an
be
official.
it.
It
Yeah.
looks like it's gonna be it. Havoc is gonna be playing the Echo,
Uh,
and Steel City Warrior will be playing the Karma. Now,
Yep.
does this change things in
Um,
your eyes, DDS?
Well, they do still need to snowball. It does change things in the sense that I don't know how bot lane is going to work. I have no idea how bot lane is going to work, what interactions work here, how Echo is actually against this rank. Like I can see maybe because he has the dash, then the hook can be less risky, but that still doesn't justify sending him support. In the mid lane, now Karma will have a better chance of pushing the Anivia, so having lane control, which for the Kayn I think overall can be better, but I just don't know how much does this change affect the bot lane matchup and the overall way the game should be played. I still think that G7 needs to snowball heavily, but it's going to be a surprise for me. It's going to be a new experience for everyone else, so let's go into it.
Yep.
That's it.
I mean, we're gonna find out how it all executes. Let's see if Havoc has is gonna be able to win out on it. This is the final. This could be the final game of the semester for Runeterra Academy. Let's not forget. So G7, if they manage to do this, they'll definitely be going out with a bang. But for now, we will be going into a short break, guys, as we wait for the spectator delay. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back to what could be our final game here in Runeterra Academy second semester in the senior division at least, but you know, senior division is the last one to play, so this will be the final. This could be the final game. I'm not saying it will be. There could still be a game 5. Me and TDS and Wookie were joking about it, but here comes the level 1 immediately.
Who-
Mr. Earl trying to do
Wait,
something,
yeah,
and
yeah.
here we go. He's gonna get punished immediately. Flash away, but a lot of
Oh.
stuns up. It's used. They're trying to go for more level 1s, but I think that's just gonna be it. Flashes exchange between both junglers, along with the heal from the Ezreal. So I think it's gonna be CPP winning out on that trade.
It's advantage CVP because they get one extra summoner, but for everything, they had the upper hand there and they still don't get the kill. I'm kind of surprised, but it's still a nice level 1 from both teams trying to pull off something at level 1. G7 trying to mirror something they did in the last game, and CPP ready to answer. Really greatly done. I'm surprised that they didn't even put a ward into the tribus just to be sure there was someone there or something like that, but okay, overall nothing bad happening. So we're back to just farming and level ones and
Yeah.
lanes pretty much.
If there's one thing that's been a constant, it's just the level one, and something I would really like to see teams doing because the opportunity is there. You might as well just go for it, right? Especially if you believe you have the stronger level one. At that point, it was just a prediction from the side. I'm not sure if they read it. If they read it after scrimming, after maybe scrimming their opponents a bunch, that they realized that they like to go over towards that top side in order to make a level one play. But this time, it's gonna be CPP that wins out in that regard. So being happy going into this one. But yeah, as you said, probably gonna end up being a calm early game, all things considered.
Yep, we did say that G7 needs to snowball, but it's not as heavy as they needed to do in the last game, just because they do have a couple of champions that can scale better into the late game. I think that Kane scales way better than the Nidalee, so it's a much easier or lenient game that they need to play this time around. But they still need to be careful about how they play it. Oh,
Ooh, yeah, use
ouch.
Havoc immediately got caught by the hook, but he'll have the shield from the parallel convergence to keep him alive. Has to be careful though. Level 2 advantage going over to Furious Doctor and Indigo. Gonna be pretty huge. And Aphelios, one of the best scaling ADCs in the game, but his laning is also pretty
Yep.
good, especially with the Calibrum. Oh, wait,
Oh,
there's more. Oh no, Amrob got caught out. Yeah, it's able to just arcane shift away. But, I mean, Fierce Doctor doing really well with the hooks. We saw it last time on the Thresh. Now he's providing it with the Blitzcrank as well.
yeah, doing a really nice job with those hooks, getting a target like the Ezreal that realistically shouldn't get hit by the hook because of the arcane shift. Still doing a really nice job, and this means that it's complete lane dominance by the side of the Aphelios and the Blitzcrank. And this is also why I thought that the Karma made sense, because at least with that you can gain lane dominance, and the Blitzcrank hooks become less scary in the overall scheme of things. But because of this, now under turret you're a much easier target to hit, and it's much riskier to get hooked by the Blitzcrank.
Yep,
Although early
indeed.
fight maybe.
Yeah, best
Oh,
turtle OCE trying to get something done here as all three laners, the top side, are going up for a fight right now. I told you I'm
oh,
Car
Bestoro
trying to
doesn't
get
have flash.
something
He's
done
dead.
up. Oh, yes, OC Turtle, he just gets taken down first blood. Going over to Kyuki. The Steel City Warrior will respond, but Hecate Masshop probably has to flash out and get out of there. Stifo will get slowed down as well, but the wall keeps him there. He should have his stun up
Oh.
soon. Steel City Warrior has to flash out. This might be the end of things as they're speeding themselves up right now. The slows
I don't
as
think they
well.
would want this.
I think Stifo and Kyuki, I think that's the last they're gonna get. They're gonna get the taunt
Why?
onto Hold It Mask, immediately rooted up and get stunned up, and it's gonna be
They can
taken
get this kill
down.
as well.
Steel City Warrior managing to use the
Oh
Karma to his best
no.
ability, but unfortunately the Mantra Q just does not land on top of the Anivia. So 2-for-1 trade overall.
Yeah, and realistically, they didn't lose the. Oh wait.
Oh, they're going for more.
Oh,
Slice and
yeah,
dice,
and you're
stun
dead.
up. I think Kyuki is absolutely dead here.
Oh.
He can still try to go for something. Oh, it ended up being a
Thunder
kill going
Lord
over
Steve.
the rest of the deck. Should be enough to keep him alive, rooted up again, and
Oh,
I think
he's
Kyuki's
dead.
just gonna get taken down here. So, 2 for
The king
2.
got back the the king got back the double buffs.
Yeah, okay. So in that exchange, everything happened. It's basically what.
Yeah, pretty much. But I still think super advantage for G7 because they get 3 kills, Renekton gets 1, Kane gets 1, Kane is ahead in CS as well, and the lane was pushed by the Karma, which means that it's not getting frozen, which is
Is it
ideal for the Renekton. It is going to get frozen a little bit here, but overall it's great.
is it the most G7 thing to happen that when they don't need to snowball,
Yes.
they start snowballing?
Well, they do need the snowball. It's not that they don't need it as heavily.
Yeah, alright. Fair enough. I told the MCAR here
Oh,
though,
wait.
trying to get the Raptor from south, but caught up by Bastard OCE
Oh.
immediately. Does go over the wall. If that failed, I
Nice
think he would have
steal.
been dead. But just manages to make it out. So he still manages to steal a camp for himself, so not too bad
Maybe
overall.
he's
But
a steal.
they're
He's
going
still
for
a
the
base.
chase. After all,
Oh.
Mantra Q going in, will they be able to get something?
Why
And I
not
told you
use that
MCAR
before?
just barely gets away.
If he just uses that at the start, they get the kill onto I told you on car. Although now Best Turtle and Kane has the flash, but this also is good for the Kane because he now is denying the Sejuani from being on the bot side jungle.
Oh,
They
no.
have the Echo was able to support, and Renekton taking a heavy trade. But overall, I think that for the Kane, this is great.
He used the W right in the middle of the Spirit's Refuge. So Stefo continues to be safe and continues to looks like
Yep.
win out. This time without the this time the fact that he's
When
not
there's
at
not
half
4
health.
members,
The fact that he's not at half health means that he can play the lane a lot better. Meanwhile, here on the bot side, it will be the first dragon going over to the side of the side of G7. So good stuff from them.
yeah. So going for a little bit for much more of the trade control. They did have a lot of trade control in the previous game, but they didn't start with the trade control. They were betting on getting that early. Oh wait,
Still see Warrior maybe in a lot of
yeah.
trouble.
There's
He's
no
just gonna
flash
get
instead.
hit. Yeah, he's absolutely dead, stunned up. Hyuki gonna get the kill, cleaning up easily on that one. And I mean, it's just a 3-for-3 right now. The dragon is there, but the gold lead is pretty much even.
Yeah, and luckily for CPP. Oh wait,
What?
oh he lost it.
Oh, another steal going on. Sterling OC 1v1 with the enemy jungler. I told you, MCAR, he's
He
just gonna
cannot
run
fight
away right
this.
now. Is
Yeah,
that
he
possibly
cannot
gonna
fight this.
bait him in? He's chanting. He's trying to bait him in into a fight, into Furious Doctor. But they're not gonna fall for it right now. Vestral OCE keeping his nerve. Even
And I
though
think that
he
was
got
level 6.
yeah. That
Unlucky.
would have been that's a rip, honestly. But you know, he keeps his nerve. He doesn't tilt and go further than he needs to as Fierce Doctor again. Here we go. This time he's being the impactful Blitzcrank, even though he doesn't have the Predator. Going for ganks immediately onto the mid lane.
Yeah, and I like that the aggressiveness from that because realistically in bot lane it's going to be hard. Oh wait,
Oh no, Kyuki might end up
Stand
dying, but
United.
here comes the Stand United. We're
Ooh.
trying to get something back. Havoc has to immediately flash,
Oh,
and the flash up as
no.
well, but it's not gonna go. It's just gonna go wide. Lester OCE here
What?
trying to get something.
What?
He's trying to go for a fight. The
What?
taunt up, the up as well, and Fierce Doctor gets the kill onto the Kane. Vesterl, what are you doing?
Okay, that was one of the dumbest plays I've seen in my life. With confidence, I can clearly with confidence say that that was one of the dumbest plays I've seen in my life. That was so random. Like that is G7 like, but that was so random to see. And I was going to compliment because that was such a good play from G7, baiting out the Stand United, baiting even the flash out from Furious Doctor, and not committing that much. Echo doesn't even have ultimate, so it's not like he committed anything important. But that play from Best Turtle just turned everything upside down, and now the side of CCP has the gold lead. All of a sudden, just because of that.
I'm kind of a loss for words also for Bester to OCE. Maybe he wants to push us to a game 5.
Yeah.
I have
Well,
no
they did
idea.
draft Echo, so that already kind of seems like them pushing us into a game 5.
I mean, we'll see.
Echo support.
It's not like we've
Oh,
seen
no.
him run
Oh.
it down as of yet. And as I say that, he's just gonna get stunned up right now, and probably gonna get taken down. Indigo trying to follow
Yeah,
up
he's
the
dead.
Glacial Tomb use, and there we go. Fierce Doctor picking up that kill. Echo getting taken down. Just as I was about to say, wait, hold on, TDS. You haven't seen the value of Echo yet, and he just dies. So
Yeah, that's the
That's,
value of Echo right there. That is the value of Echo. No, I gotta say that is not Echo's fault 100%. Like he did have two ping wards and he didn't put anything, so he was walking blindly onto a river knowing that Blitzcrank is not in lane. So that is dumb in and of itself, but it's still a play that can happen, and it's not entirely just fault of the Echo. They are now getting the Herald on top side, so at least answering with something on the play. And objective-wise, control from G7 really nicely done. But Sejuani coming top, Steve Fold.
yep. Naked Mask off in a lot of trouble. This is a 3v2 that they're facing here. Fierce Doctor, he's not been staying in lane. He's just been making sure to be there. Told you MCAR will end up picking the kill. And the slow coming from the Blitzcrank passive, W passive will stop him in his tracks from proceeding any further. And it's just CPP continuing to get advantages for themselves. Havoc doing his best mid lane impression as he tries to hold the lane for his teammate. Probably not gonna end up finding too much though.
Yeah, and this is the thing with the problem with Renekton is that he's not even winning lane. Like he doesn't even have a huge CS lead on
Oh,
Steve. Wait, teleport.
Comes to knock up. Stifo might be in a lot of trouble. Bester OCE still has his ultimate to be able to be used to flash in.
No.
The he moved back, unable to get the stun off. Get back off. I'm not sure what happened to G7 after that short break. It feels like
Can we surrender here? Can they surrender here? Just leave it here. Just end it here. Like I think that's a tilter. Like I legitimately think that's a tilter.
Oh my gosh. Like this was happening to G7.
Maybe it's what is happening with CPP. Maybe they did something. Maybe it is CPP that is actually just changed and it's better than just G7 going worst, right? Like maybe it is that.
Alright, hopefully it's not some mind control shenanigans happening here from
Yeah.
CVP or something. I have no idea. But there are a lot of mistakes G7 is making right now. They look like minor mistakes in the grand, but you know, those things build up.
Yeah, the problem is that their composition is less lenient with that because even though I said that they don't need the snowball as heavily as they did in the last game, they still need a snowball and they still don't scale comparatively to what CPP does. They reminder there's an Aphelios and Nivea on the other side. Like those two will outscale almost any other champion in the game.
Yep. It's something to really keep in mind. Plus, it's going to be so hard to dive into them if you're not very far ahead, as the dragon is being taken right now by the side of CPP. And I have to compliment Furious Doctor on this Blitzcrank. Been doing super well on it. He's not
Yep.
been in lane at all, just left Aphelios to his own devices. It's not like
Well,
he'll
Echo
die.
hasn't either.
Yeah, to be fair, but I feel like, you know, Furious Doctor has had a lot more impact when
Yeah.
it comes to roaming around the map.
Are they waiting for the Anivia to appear so that they can kill her or something like that?
I mean, what what other options
Yeah.
they have? They're going for it right now. Kyuki just flashes away, so they're not even gonna be able to get the kill. Maybe if you didn't have flash, fortunately, no dice for them. Also has his passive up, I believe. To keep note of.
Yeah,
as
she
Sifo.
should. It is up. It should be up because the last time it was used, it was on one of the first trades of the game, so it should be already a backup like that. Oh,
Alright, here's round 2. Best Earl OCE trying
He
to get
failed.
on top of Sifo, but unfortunately not going to be able to get slow. Not going to be able to get them down.
Oh.
Up, and here comes Kyuki with a big teleport right into the middle of 4
Oh.
people. Be enough and United is used as well. But
Kyuki.
that's a lot of damage immediately onto him. And here comes a big 2-shot barrage onto 4 people. But be enough. There we go.
Okay,
Best
we
Earl
can do
OCE.
this.
He can clean this. He can clean this fight up. Sifo doing what he can on top of the Echo. But there we go. Should be able to go.
No.
Shouldn't be going down here. It will be Baba actually going down, and here comes Best Thrill OCE trying to get on top. Ultimate use.
Okay,
I
but
told you
here
I'm
Best
Car.
can clean
He's
up.
gonna clean this up. Best Thrill OCE gonna get the triple kill for himself. Meanwhile, the two ADCs are just fighting each other right now. Indigo, he wants more though. He wants to fight. Ooh, he will be able to get something. Moonlight Vigil used, and there we go. Solo kill for the ADC.
Outplay.
Indigo getting that one.
Yeah, Ezreal getting completely and monstrously outplayed there by Indigo. Really well played by the Aphelios. But on the top side, they do get they get 4 kills on the top side. Kane being able to collect those 4 kills, and they also getting 4 plates. They didn't get the whole turret. They didn't get 5 plates, but it's 4
Oh,
plates
no.
in their favor. Oh,
Teleport coming
here
in
comes
from
Karma.
both sides. Steel City Warrior Indigo has
It's
to
okay.
run away, but Stefo's here to respond. Make sure his ADC makes it out of there in one piece. But yeah, a lot of plates going over. I mean, it was the Philips that got the solo
Oh.
kill, but Best Turtle did get the cleanup after that skirmish in the top lane, as they might end up pushing this further and further. Anivia and Blitzcrank already on their way. Kyuki and Furious Doctor. But it looks like it's just gonna be a bit of a lane swap, just to make
Staring
sure that
contest.
staring contest and lane swap to make sure that all the gold is allocated onto the right people.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this from CPP. This mostly the correct, especially because already on top side happened what needed to happen. So there's no need for some members to be down there, especially because now Drake being down means that there's not that much objective down there to actually focus, and the next Herald will be coming up soon. So that may be a point where either team wants to fight. It is also, I think, because of the teleport that Stefo had to commit, they need to send now the Fidesz 100% there, and since the Renekton is already down here, it's just natural that the Ezreal responds as well. Although it's Karma responding on top side, I'm surprised with that. You typically just see the AD carry responding, but Karma can just push waves out and leave the Ezreal alone in mid lane. That is also a valuable,
I
a
mean,
doable play for them.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm Rob. Might end up
Oh.
being fallen behind here.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
the prediction hook unfortunately goes wide. Best Earl OCE though. He wants
Oh,
to go
the
in.
flash.
He manages to dodge the stun immediately. And Nivea not able to get anything. Ultimate use. And Kyuki just gonna get taken down. Best Earl OCE. is getting hit by the tower, but it's not going to be enough. Mid laner again going down for the side of CPP. Meanwhile, some trading happening here on the bot side as Stifo
is
and
winning
Heket
this.
mask off, but Stifo just winning out on the trade so far, even though he doesn't have a completed item yet.
It's the difference. It's the Grievous wounds difference, because anything that Renekton wants to do to try and not heal you and not last you, sadly cannot happen here. So playing really well, apart from the fact that he has the advantage in that side. Steve is also playing really well, using the Spirit's Refuge correctly, trying to surviving as long as possible, and also the fact that it's a 1v1. I think that for now benefits Steve. I think that Renekton with a second item, which I think will be Black Cleaver, maybe begins putting Steve in a much harder spot, but it's not as bad as it could have been with the Renekton Shen matchup. I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Shen, one of the best dueling tanks in the game. It's hard to be able to beat him in a 1v1. Speaking of that, though, we might end up with a team fight as Besterl OC just managed to barely
Everybody's down
dodge
here.
the Blitzcrank hook. Yeah, everyone's down here. The dragon is coming up as well. It's going to be an Inferno Soul. Both teams will definitely be wanting that into the choke point. Here we go. I told you Carr could be the one to make the engage right here, right now, as both teams are settling in for a 5v5 team fight with everyone. No one's split pushing. Everyone's on the bot side. The first, but the Skull Crab is going to go over to the side of G7. Has already started up is the dragon, and they're going for it right now. Heket backs off with the Domus immediately and onto the back line. There we go. Fierce Doctor just gets taken down. Indigo in a hard spot as well, but it's an Aphelios. He's doing what he can. But onto the back line is Westerlo OCE. He's just cleaning things up, finishing things off. This jungler is absolutely unstoppable at the moment. The stun up from Stifo is not going to be enough, and so much damage. Kyuki all alone by himself. Under the turret, the minions are coming in, and he's not going to be long for this world. The passive is here, and shouldn't be long before he gets taken down. The ace for Best Turtle OCE, G7, and the dragon as well.
That was a 5-for-nothing team fight. What a great team fight by G7, and a continuation from what happened last game. Team fighting wise, G7 is just playing way better than the side of Cosa Pasta. And in all honesty, I don't think that Cosa Pasta did many things wrong. The problem is that the engage onto the Aphelios was immediate. And one of the things that we said about the composition that Cosa Pasta drafted was that they drafted something that can provide support and protection for the Aphelios. But in that team fight, we didn't saw that. The Aphelios was immediately engaged on, nobody was close to the Aphelios, and he just got bursted down. Also, gotta give credit, Best OC playing that masterfully. He survived for so long, did so much damage, and was able to create so much space for the Renekton and the Ezreal and Karma just free hitting on the backside. I think Havoc didn't do that much. I really don't remember anything that the Echo did that was meaningful, but he was a part of the team fight. And it ends up going into G7's favor. Great team fighting and getting an important lead. A second dragon, a first Infernal Dragon, so a second dragon overall, and 4,000 gold lead now. Really important for them.
Yep. At least they're able to respond from the side of Cosopasto with the Rift Herald for themselves. That is if it doesn't get stolen. It doesn't, so the Rift Herald is taken at least. I believe, yeah, it is taken by the Sejuani, so I told you I'm gonna be picking that one objective up, but still, G7 in control. After a few messy starts in the early game, they've solidly taken control of the game through, again, just excellent, pure, amazing team fighting.
Yep. Knowing what they need to do, engaging correctly, and doing really well in that. One thing though that Cosa Pasta does have. Oh, Ezreal said.
Okay.
I'm
all right.
wrong.
Just as I complimented them. Just as I complimented them.
And strangely enough, I'm robbed. One of the players that I think has been much more consistent in not doing dumb things ends up getting punished.
Yeah, stepped up a bit too far, unfortunately. He gets punished. And there we go. First, the mid lane turret moved down, and they're still going to go for a fight here. Heket mask off onto the backline immediately, trying to get something back. I told you, Amkar has to flash away immediately. Alright, team fight called off as the teleport was put down. Moonlight Vigil will end up being used, missing out, and the poke coming from Karma. It just hurts right now. In the mid game, absolutely brutal, especially with no MR.
Especially if she goes for the Leandries.
She did go for the Leandries. There's poke, there's burn, there's more. What more could you want? Indigo trying to get the referral for himself as a consolation prize, but not gonna be getting much after that. So, despite CPP getting the pick, they still need a lot more in order to get back into this game.
Yeah, but they did get the mid lane turret, so it was a nice addition into what they need to get back into the game. Also, before the Ezreal die in there, I was going to mention that one of the good things that CPP does have with this composition, it's wave clear. So even if the lane is pushed or if they are in a bad spot, if some of the important members are alive, they can just survive there. Oh,
Oh, there we go. I'm
that
not
wall
sure
is
if
hard to jump over.
I'm not sure if wait
The Echo
the
tried, he failed.
okay.
Yes. But it is a hard wall to jump over, so it's okay.
All right, that's fair. That's fair enough. It looks like Sav G7 they're just gonna go for a reset, get more items for themselves. Not too much dramas there. As ooh, that's a lot of damage after Indigo got tagged by the Ezreal W.
Isn't poke great?
It's absolutely great. At least if you're a G7 fan. At least if you're a G7 fan,
Yeah.
it's absolutely great right now. And there are a lot in the chat right now. A lot of people supporting G7. Definitely.
They are the defending champions, so it
Yeah.
makes sense like that you do support champion teams.
Yeah.
And they are also
They do.
one of the more charismatic
You would know,
teams
Mr.
in the league.
SKT.
See, I don't support SKT for the titles. I support SKT for Faker.
Alright, fair enough. But Faker
That's a
also
huge
has-
difference.
You get both. You get the best of both worlds, CDS. That's just how it goes right now. As I'm
Oh.
Rob, Enzo, he's only getting caught up, but Havoc is the one getting punished right
Will
now.
he survive?
Is able to just use his ultimate to survive. So, oh, very careful there. I'm Rob continuing to go further.
he got
He's
the
gonna
kill.
get the kill immediately onto the support. So well played by I'm Rob, redeeming himself from his mistake in the mid lane last time.
100%. Yeah, although
Oh, no.
Rob-
No,
okay,
okay.
he survived. I was about to say no. Don't do it.
Not
please.
like this.
You did it. Yeah,
It's
not
just-
like this.
It just goes from oh yes to oh no in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. But it wasn't the oh no, so it's okay. Also, we see the value from the Echo there. Even though he almost gets picked off, instantaneous ultimate, he's able to run away, survives, nothing bad happens. Okay.
Yeah.
They are not in a disadvantage because the Blitzcrank was able to come back, but the control over the river is in favor of G7, although now they are running forward, trying to get control over this river, and this is important. This is something really important for them. Oh,
Yep. Send up Mr. OCE, but here comes Steel City Warrior with the poke. Gonna be absolutely brutal to manage to make it through this. Kyuki trying to make
Oh,
the front
wait,
line happen.
Jordo?
Mr. OC, he ended up getting hit by the Blitzcrank, caught out by a Furious Doctor. The
So
engage happened,
tempting.
but they can't kill him. There's nothing they can do. It feels like Stifo and asking up onto the backline trying to do something, but everyone is exploding. It's just everyone going down from the side of CPP. G7 are just the superior team at this point in the game, and it looks like this point in the series as they are cleaning things up. I'm Rob should end up getting this last kill as well. A triple kill for the Ezreal, a dragon as well as their reward, and they could even go for the Baron if they want to. I feel like it's just G7 winning out on all fronts.
and I finally saw it. It took 23 minutes, 23 something minutes, but finally, the value out of the Echo, the flank from the Echo and the Renekton was perfect at that position. And I was at the start thinking, okay, CPP has control over the river, so they can just try and move downwards so that they can stop any flank potential. But they go into the jungle, credit to Vestorol C, understanding his tankiness, his power, and the amount of damage that he can take, just surviving everything, and then walking them into the choke points that are in the jungle. And then it's just Echo and Renekton collapsing on the side, being able to get on top of the Velos once again, and killing him immediately. And there actually I found the value of the Echo. Great team fighting once again by G7, great collapse onto the champions, greatly played by almost every member, and they win the team fight, they get the dragon, puts themselves in soul point, and I thought they could go for Baron, but I can understand the respect in case something bad happens. They don't want to overcommit, but they're in such a great spot at this point in the game.
Yep, already so many full items for the side of G7. 2 items already done for the Renekton, 3 items for Mr. OCE. And even though he was the one that got caught
Mr.
out,
Kane.
it felt like, you know, it was not a I'm not here with you, you're here with me moment for
Yeah.
Mr. OCE. He just absolutely decimated Furious Doctor, and I told you I'm Car.
Yeah, and the problem right now with the Kane is that you need to have enough CC to be able to kill him, which I think to a certain degree the side of
Okay.
CPP has. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, there we go.
So I can continue. So I do think they have enough CC to try and control the Kane, but they don't have enough damage yet. And the Anivia doesn't have one of the most damage oriented builds, and the Aphelios still needs at least one more item to be able to burst down the king, so it's going to be risky for them. Oh wait,
There we go. Told you Amkar knocked up. He has to retreat right now.
they're just
QT
going
as
over the
well.
wall.
Yeah, they're just trying to go for it right now. Not even a teleport. They're just
Oh.
fighting front to back at this point. Told you Amkar, he's just getting it bursted down. Best turtle OCE trying to
Hey,
take him
Ko.
down on the back line is Hackett right now doing his best along with Havoc, completely
Best Turtle is
zoning
a-
out the enemy team. And G7, they're clinically tearing their opponents apart. The dominance used on top of Indigo, it should be end up getting taken down here right now, but Stand United keeps him alive. A double kill for I'm Rob. Right below the tower, Stifo misses out on the taunt, but I'm Rob, he's just fighting back. 2v1 right now, he just goes back in with the flash. This could be the quadra kill. He's not going to be able to go for it. It's going to be Stifo managing to get away. But, hot damn, G7 are on fire.
Yeah, they just see an opportunity and commit full on, and this is the thing with snowballing competitions. They need the snowball, they need strength to be doing. But if they get it, it just looks like this. They can go for anything, and it feels like they cannot be stopped. I also gotta say that I think that there's measures for the side of CPP to stop these kind of things, but they are way too far forward in positions that they can simply not answer.
Oh my
Like,
gosh.
they cannot wait on
I'm
Rob.
Rob, he's just going to go for more. Ends up losing out on Chushap Rods, and I'm Rob overextends way too much. Meanwhile, on the backside, Kyuki trying to go for the flank, but
Yeah,
ends up
Kyuki's
getting
dead
killed
as well.
herself. Best turtle OCE, he's the front line, he's the damage, he is everything right now for G7. He's gonna go more and more further beyond. This guy's gonna get stopped. The Glacial
Jake
2
Smithy.
trying to get something, but it just misses. I mean,
Yeah, and Smithy gets pulled off right there, but it luckily doesn't affect that much the side of Cosa Pasta, but it's still a 1-for-1. Yes, and Rob dies dumbly once again, but he's far ahead enough that I don't think it matters that much. Kyuki though dying for, I think Kyuki went for a teleport flank on the Anivia for some reason and ends up getting punished. So I really don't understand why they are trying to force those kinds of plays. I think that Cosa Pasta needs is to slow down the game and try and just get farm for the Phyllis and Anivia. Like, they cannot fight effectively against G7 if they try to commit like this. And once again, I really hate this Shen build. I really don't like the Turbo Kemptank. I can understand the redemption if you're tankier, but the Kemptank just doesn't give you that innate tankiness, doesn't give you that extra survivability. So it just feels really wrong for the Shen that should be one of the meatballs in front of the Aphelios and the Anivia.
what do you think about the collector and the Aphelios? Because
I hate it.
Yeah, same.
I really don't like it. Not because it's necessarily bad, but you're against a Red Cane and a Renekton that is building health. You need to be able to take them down. So I just don't think that this is one of the ways to take them down. Especially because he went for Gale Force, so there's not enough consistent damage there, and you don't want to dash into them. And then he's going for the Bloodthirster, which means that his damage is not going to be super high. His survivability may be, but his damage is not that high. And I think that having the LDR would have been better in this situation at least.
Yep, I agree. And you know what? Here comes Soul to fight for Soul Point. Teleport coming in already for
It's Soul.
second.
No, there's no fight.
Alright, it is Soul. It's not Soul Point. It is Inferno Soul. And it looks like there's nothing that CPP can do in order to contest this. They're gonna try to go towards the Baron. But even then, if they try to contest it, it feels like they won't be able to do anything. I'm Rob, gonna be absolutely brutal to fight against, along with the Karma, with this Inferno Soul. And
Well,
now,
one thing that maybe could happen positively for Cosa Pasta, although here there's no positivity if they can. Oh wait,
yeah, the knock up here, right
Oh,
there,
wait,
right
actually?
then. A lot of stunts immediately onto Besturtle
Oh,
OCE.
he didn't die.
He just didn't die yet immediately. Meanwhile, on the backside, it's gonna be I'm Rob on the flank doing what he can. They did manage to get the kill, and there's the flash stun immediately
stunned?
onto the ADC. They might be able to get the kill onto him. The shutdown onto I'm Rob, and it's actually CPP finding the opportunity. It was given to them on a silver platter. Steel City Warrior has to try and get out. He has the blast code to try and get away, but it's not gonna be enough.
Oh,
Indigo
Karma.
should be able to finish this one off, but the
Actually-
big stun up and the burn. Indigo's just gonna get
That is
taken
huge.
down. Solo kill. Meanwhile, Besturtle OCE, he's still alive. He's still kicking along with Havoc. The flash in immediately. Trying to get the kill onto
the
the
kill.
Nivea, but that's the passive pop, and that should be him going down again. And there we go, Havoc managing to get the kill, answering back, but I don't think he's gonna be long for this world. Taunted up, and Kyuki ending the team fight with CCP winning out.
yeah, it is a really great team fight for CCP. Even though Indigo dies, and I told you Car dies, it's still a couple of important shutdowns going into their pockets, and I think Renekton died. Yeah, Hecate Maskov died at the start of that fight as well. So even though it kind of was going dicey at the end, CPP getting a huge team fight, and this is also one of the syndromes from having a snowballing composition. You think you're way stronger to take things, and sometimes you are, but sometimes if you overcommit and try to go for places, you get a collapse like this and get killed. And this is one of the things that I wanted to mention with CPP's composition. They in choke points, in points where they can just control the area, and their Aphelios and the Anivia are left untouched, where there's no chance for a flank to come through. They can just burst down targets, and Renekton was bursted down because of the damage from the Anivia and the Aphelios, but also Bestorolsi almost dies immediately. So it was a really close fight. I think that Bestorolsi, if he just focuses the Sejuani, oh wait,
Oh no, Hecate. He just got
he
out,
should be
didn't
okay, I
realize
think.
he was on top of a ward, but yeah, he's just gonna go for more, it seems. Hecate uses
There's
dominance
no-
to survive.
yeah,
They're
there's
gonna-
no support from his team, so I don't think there's that much chance. But is it Baron now? I can
Could
see
be.
it.
I'm just gonna go for it right now. There we go.
Teleport
They're
by
gonna
the
be
Karma as
launching
well.
this they're gonna be teleport.
Aphelios backed.
They're gonna be doing this super quickly. Yeah, Aphelios not even in the fight. Will they be able to contest? I told you Amkar, he has to be a steal. He has to go for this right here, right now. But they're zoning him off immediately, doing what they can to stop the jungler from even thinking about going in. Parallel convergence plans as well. I told you
he's
Amkar
dead.
just gonna
He's
get
dead.
taken down. Do I have
And
a...
that Baron.
Yeah, and that's gonna be Baron. That's gonna be the big buff going over to the side of G7. Stifo in a lot of trouble. They're trying to chase him down along with Kyuki. And there we go, the stun misses. But it's gonna be such a big advantage for G7. Now that they have the Baron, they're just gonna push this in. The siege might not be super strong for them. Kyuki is gonna be hard to deal with since he has all the wave clear in the
They
world
can
right
maybe
now.
try and dive. I can see them just trying to dive and going for the fight. The Renekton has Dominus close. It should be up soon enough.
Best
So I can see them just
OC
trying. Yeah,
can
it's
zone
up.
off. Yeah, they're
Oh.
going for it right now. Havoc trying to go on top of Kyuki. He immediately
So
uses the
just-
Zanyas to try and survive. And that's just gonna be the zoning use, timewinder use as well. Make sure that he survives. Sorry, Chrono Shift used as well to make sure that he survives. And that's going to be the inhibitor going down. Bestial OCE doing a good job. Just zoning off their opponents. Not even Kyuki can walk up when there's a big bad Kane ready to take you down.
Yeah, the Kane is the main important factor here. Even though Havoc has been trying to force the fight to force the issue and try and get something down. Obviously, he's an echo. He's a support echo. Like he doesn't get that much value, so it's hard for him to try some things. Oh wait, Rob.
Yeah, there we go. Two-shot rush used. That's a lot of targets taken down. Kyuki
And he is
half
really
health
low.
already. They're trying to go for more. Or the OCE. Just managed to get the knock up on to Told You I'm Car. And the siege continues. On the bot side, minions are barreling down on the base as well. The wave clear from the Anivia is working out. It's at least stopping them in their tracks, but it's a slow death right now for the side of CPP as they are burning resources. They're stuck in their base. They can't do anything unless a miracle engage happens. It has to be the side of G7 managing to split up.
The thing is, without
advantage.
without the extra push from the side of wait, that's a lot of damage. Without the extra push from the other lanes, now that the super minions are coming, this push from G7 is better. Although great, that hook is really important to try and slow down this push because now with the super minions in lane, they can at least threaten better from the side of G7. But without that canyon minion, now it's easier to clean those up. So you see, the push gets instantly denied.
Moonlight Vigil used under Renekton, but he was just teleporting back to base, and the teleport is used as well, so the minion isn't gonna die. They're just
They
gonna
can force
end
an
up taking
engage
down
here.
Inhibitor. They're gonna go forward right now, continuing to barrel down the base. They are marching on, marching forward. Bestial OCE onto the back line, trying to get as much as he can. The Glacial Prison manages to get one, Seals to the Warrior, but it's not gonna be enough to keep him
That
down
is
for
a lot of
long. A
damage.
lot of damage onto Stifo, burning from the Karma. This is not an Enchanter, this is an Artillery Mage.
Yeah, she's dealing a lot of damage. Like, I'm surprised that the amount of damage that Karma is dealing right now. She did go for a much more damage-oriented build, so it makes sense. But just as we were talking about the engage, the base and the amount of damage, this is a game-winning buff. This is important and crucial to fight over, and CBB I don't think are going to try to fight over. They're way too far ahead, and the Drake is spawning right now. This should
Yep.
be instantly dead. Okay,
Yep,
this is
there's
going to be
no
super
way.
hard for TPP.
There's no way they're going to be able to get this. They don't even have a global to be able to try and get this
Yeah.
from the side of G7. They're going to take their buff. G7 are going to be happy. They're going to go back to base for a reset. I think they're going to gear up for one final push onto the Nexus, onto CPP's base, and onto the tournament win if they manage to win this. There could still be a misstep. It's very unlikely, but it could still happen.
There's a still Anivia and Ophidius, right? Like those two champions do carry games. So they need to be careful, but this is a game winning buff. Like this is a game defining buff. The Elder Dragon can win you the game if you can force a fight and get enough damage. And the Kayn is still a problem that I find the side of CPP hard to deal with. So if the King can just create enough chaos and deal enough damage, doesn't matter.
Oh no.
Oh no,
Gold
Sejuani.
Empire, he's gonna get found right there,
Oof.
but he manages to use the blast back to get away. Blast
Okay,
cone
oof.
to get away. That was a very close one though. If he had gone down, I think it would have been over. But at least there's still a
Yeah.
chance for a big team fight that happened for CPP. They were able to win one team fight in the end, but it's gonna have to be the Hail Mary play. Maybe I'm Rob will get caught out, but with
Nexus
the
turrets,
other
maybe?
buff, it's just so unlikely. Yeah, they're gonna have to fight at the Nexus turrets at this point. All inhibitors are gonna get taken down. The waves are pushing in. And CPP, they are on the ropes. This is the last chance that they'll have in order to win out on this game and keep their tournament dreams alive. Indigo
Oh.
already getting poked out and sent back to the base, and
Mr.
Bestial OC immediately just goes in and he gets shut down. He gets killed immediately. Heckin Mass off diving into the Nexus turrets, but it's gonna be CPP actually winning out on the fight. Sipo is gonna get killed by the Dragon Buff, but it's not gonna be enough. Havoc goes in, gonna get more and more kills for himself. I'm Rob, continues to survive, continues to stay alive. Kyuki in a lot of trouble, just gonna get taken down, I feel. It's not gonna be
He's
enough.
still
I'm
alive.
Rob. He's got out immediately. He manages Arcane Shift
There
away
was no fault.
onto the next spirit, but there we go. Steel City Warriors just
That's
doing
it.
enough. This is it. This is likely the game. The passive is popped. The Nexus is exposed, and it looks like G7 are gonna be your two-time senior division champions of
Yeah.
Runeterra Academy.
What a way to end the game with that hero push. And it looked super dicey. Pistolos, he died at the start. He got CC'd to death. But that's why the Elder Dragon is called a game-winning buff. Even with Pistolos, the strongest member, I feel like from the side of G7 dying, the rest of the members with the Elder buff were able to clean up. Even Echo got 2 kills in that, just because of him being as having the Elder buff. So that is a game defining win, a game defining buff. It was a incredible series from G7 after the game one that they got dominated, but after that the team fight prowess from them was so good. This game,
Yeah.
their team fighting was great, and Steel City Warrior playing the Assassin Karma to perfection, really well played. What a great series by them, and back-to-back champions, fully deserved, showing why they were champions last season, now getting the win once again.
Yeah, I think we should bring this. We're gonna bring them in for an interview, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the winning team shortly after this. All right, guys, welcome back to Runeterra Academy to the broadcast, and we have our champions here, two-time champions of Runeterra Academy. It's gonna be G7 Mirage. How are you doing, guys? How are you feeling?
Easy, easy split. What can I say? Everybody, most people doubt us. My man TDS, he did not doubt us. He was a
TDS.
believer.
PBS, on the other
rest-
hand,
The rest, like, oh no, look, they dropped
That's why
the
we
game
don't
in regular
trust
season.
CDS.
Yes, see, people think, oh, they dropped the game in regular season. Oh, look, they lost the Nightless. Oh, they're gonna out in semifinals, 3-0. Nightless. But what happens? not only do we 3-0 Nightless, we 3-1 CDP. We gave a game for fun.
Of
alright?
course. Yeah, yep.
Obviously. But then after game 1, we're like, alright, now let's win this series, aka the split. And that we did. Back to back. No one else did it. Just us.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've
It is
only
the
had 2
second
splits
season,
Havoc,
yeah.
so
The other like junior other goddamn people.
all right, fair enough, fair enough. I thought you meant in all of senior division and be like, there's only been 2 splits, so you guys are. Anyway, all right. So coming into this game, did you guys have a specific game plan going against CPP, or were you guys prepared? Were you guys expecting Akuma in the finals, or were you just happy to fight any opponent that came at you?
I
Um,
wanted him to be there.
yeah, I wanted Akin to be there for the old rematch,
Mm-hmm.
but
Agreed.
fortunately, I don't know what happened. I watched that series. Not sure what happened to them. It's fine though. It happens to the best of
Exo's
us.
dad was playing.
They did.
Maybe.
They did get free third place because we mental gap Nightless enough to FF. But Yep.
True.
All
We-
right,
we-
yeah. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'd say like we didn't really prepare at all, but I mean
We
they
just
had like
knew-
10
we
players
just-
too.
We just knew Ben said. That's it.
Yeah, Ben Zed, Karma, easy dub. That's it.
All right, fair enough. TDS, you have any questions you want to give these guys?
From the top of my head, I can think of 2. But first of all, like I could see the idea behind some of the things that you did in series. Obviously, I follow you. I know you guys from last semester, so I know sometimes you do draft things that I can wholeheartedly argue with, and I think that should fail. But knowing you guys, you can pull it off. But I do gotta say that your team fighting in the series was marvelous. Like I thought that you were going to focus on winning every game, but it was much more how you play team fights that ended up winning. So I'm kind of interested how you just decide to do things in team fighting and how you force things, because it feels like everyone is ready to follow up any dumb decision that you do go through with. Not calling your
They get-
decisions dumb, just
Yeah,
saying.
they get kicked if we don't.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I don't know how to
If some
explain it.
if some comp happens to be formed, it legit happens on accident. Like we're just going where we want to play,
yeah,
and if there's a comp there, hey, we made a comp.
pretty much when we were
can
struggling in the regular
respect.
season, we just made it so that everyone's following every call no matter what now, and that's what happens in the games. And then if one fight goes bad, we just have a quick talk on what we do in the fight, and then that's why
Flame
like
Tony, Flame Sister the Warrior,
yep,
and
of
move on.
course, flame the
Either-
mid laner,
yeah.
and then
Even if the fight like is a bad idea, if we all commit, it's gonna become a good idea because any team don't know what the hell to do. Like they're gonna probably hesitate and lose because of it. So it's like
Yeah.
yeah.
And I feel that a lot from CPP. Like some of the fights you forced were so. I'm not going to say random, but they felt like CPP just never knew what to do when you forced fights. So I can totally understand and see the points there.
Lucky mechanics.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, I just wanted to finish with a second point, and it was much more onto the decision on last game. Like, did you guys actually try Echo support at any point?
We've played
Like,
it like twice. I think.
I think we played like 2 or 3 times. Yep.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Usually we do it with
mean-
MF just because like you just destroy bot then.
I knew they wanted to like bait the thresh pick. Like, I knew they were gonna blitz, but like I was like, I'm not trying to get hooked, so I'm playing Echo. That's legit the only reason. As Echo, we're not
I
gonna
was
get
thinking, I legitimately thought that. Like, the only thing that I can see why they would go Echo here bot lane is because you don't want to get hooked as a Karma. That's it.
Yeah. Well, Karma was gonna go mid no matter what.
Yeah, we picked Karma for mid from second one. We never
Okay.
thought of the flags.
All right. Wow.
That is also well. Still, City Warrior did play the assassin Karma well, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, all right. Before I let you guys go, I do have. Do you guys have any shout outs you want to do? You know, this is your one chance on the broadcast to say anything you want. So go ahead.
Well, second chance actually.
Shout out Apex season started. That's where I'll be.
Shout out to all the teams. You guys didn't really play that well, but you guys tried, and that's in the end that's what matters. But in
Besides
the end, it's
AKM.
the same. In the end, it's always the same. We always win. Sorry.
Also,
Bad.
shout out to my boy Waco G. Rarely loses bot lane. Lost
No.
past
Shout
6
out
games to
Akuma.
us.
Shout out Akuma. Having better mind mental than Nightless because they FF.
Oh, true. Also true.
Oh my gosh. All right. After that series of trash talking, setting themselves up to be the villains for next season, apparently. Are you guys gonna come back to play for us? Would be great to have you
Yeah.
guys again.
Probably have a different mid
Probably.
though.
Really?
Wait a minute.
No.
Yeah, still City Warriors he's
Oh.
retiring soon.
Shout
I
out Red Headmaster. Yeah.
Yep,
There you go.
true. Best
Alright.
admin.
All right, you guys heard it here first. Thank you so much for coming.
Boom.
Thank you.
Welcome
Congrats
to
again
the
on the win,
party.
guys. We appreciate
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you guys coming for the interview, but we'll see you guys hopefully soon in the next season of Runeterra Academy.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. With
Okay.
that, guys, this is the NTDS. So how are
Yeah.
you feeling after that season where we had so many up and downs, so many unexpected twists and turns?
Yep. Second split onto on the senior class. It's been two great splits, changing partners all of a sudden. It's been a blast casting with you, Miles. So
Yeah.
it's always. I think most of the games were great, chaotic, random, really interesting to say the least.
It's exactly what we expected from this elo, right?
After last season, actually, I did a little bit because it was a little bit similar. One thing that didn't change was G7 winning at the end.
Yeah.
Last split, I doubted them. This time around, I simply couldn't just because of how everything happened last time. So they delivered at the end. I'm feeling great that I wasn't wrong at least. But overall, it's a great split, great way to end it. I feel like with a
Mhm.
3-1, it was at least competitive to a certain degree. So I think that it was an enjoyable series. And I think it was a great and a great way to end it. And hopefully, I'm back for the next time as well.
Yeah, I want to be back too. Senior division was a lot of fun to cast with you, especially, and also with our new producer Wookie, who's been
Thank you.
absolutely smurfing it on the
Yep.
broadcast. But yeah, that's gonna be it from us. I'm super happy. I mean, I'm super happy with the result. I think the better team won in the end, and so that's all we can ask for in the tournament, right?
Yep.
That it's entertaining and that the best team wins. CPP, I still have to give credit to them. They were able to show a lot of good stuff coming into the final, especially since they were able to defeat Akuma, who we expected to be here instead. So the upset potential was definitely there, and in that game
Yep.
one, it felt like it would be. But G7, they just pulled it together really well. It's just, I don't know. There's something about this G7 team that, like, there's something special about it when you see them fight, right?
Yep, it is. They do have something because they cannot be as consistent in the later stages of the league as they have been. Because I do agree, like early season really matters little bit less, especially because we work with an 8-team league. So realistically, as long as you get in sixth, you have a chance to win it all. So
Yep.
it really doesn't matter that much the early stages as long as you come through at the end. And G7 does come through at the end, and
Yep.
they do it in such a dominant way. Like the first game was amazing for CPP, but after that it was G7 all over the place. So it's hard to argue with them being the best team, and hopefully they can showcase that once again in the next time if they come back,
Oh,
being the 3-time champion, maybe the first time in history being the 3-time champion of
that
Runeterra
would be the
Academy of
three-peat,
our
right?
short. Yeah,
That would be the
they
three-peat
they
if they
can pull
manage to
off an
do it.
SKT, a
So
better
that's
SKT.
the better SKT. Not even pro players that happen. But in Runeterra
Yeah,
Academy, it's gonna possibly be possible. As that's a bit of a teaser for you guys. If you guys want more, we're probably gonna
maybe.
have season 3 soon. I think Red will announce it soon, but yeah, that's gonna be an exciting one for sure. And hopefully, we'll have G7 back who are setting themselves up to be the villains. The trash talk after that, you can feel it from them. They're happy, they're proud of themselves, but
That's great.
it's at that point where teams see you at the top and are raring to take you down. So we'll see
Yeah.
if that happens in the next season of Runeterra Academy. But for now, from me and the rest of the broadcast
Wait,
crew,
quick shout out before we go.
okay,
Newest chapter of the Plebcast came out. You can check it out. It has me, Miles. So just come watch it. It has takes on worlds. My sadness on T1 losing, and it was pre Damwon and EDG final. So there were some interesting takes, and we will do Sun 1 after everything that happened with the roster moves, with the off season happening. So hopefully you guys can see it. It's great. It's being fun, and I think that a lot of people can enjoy it. So
watch
quick shout out there.
watch and subscribe, guys. That's all we ask
Yeah.
for from Red. This one shout out we get at the end of every broadcast. But anyway, from me and the rest of the broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. Without you guys watching in Twitch chat, this wouldn't be possible. But this is it for us. We'll see you guys next time. Have a good night.